Stop laughing, it's annoying. So here's the thought experiment. I'm running them in my primary.
You're in. Look at the mirror.
I can do one of two things. I can say I'm bucking the establishment or I'm for the establishment. Which one is going to get me more votes? Obviously, bucking the establishment gets me more votes. So that negates the existence of any establishment. With 4% of our conference that take down our Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, we don't have an establishment. We don't have that unifying establishment. We never have. Like, what's the address for this establishment? How are they funded? Who are they? Who are these dark, murky people running things?
Oh, I got the answer.
Using the little puppet strings to control everybody. It's not true. It's not true. And so the capitalism is a left-wing ideology that has infected some of your life. And yes, Donald Trump is going to think they're pro-growth because populist tendencies tend to be anti-growth, they tend to be anti-free market, and that's bad for your children and your children's children. So it's just on that real quick. And that's what I forgot what his question actually was.
Well, it's really about, I'll tell you what it was, Dan, it's about unity, and whether Trump has it in him to unify himself. Given how divisive he is, but notwithstanding that, how big the win is, he's got a chance.
Well, I'm hopeful on that for a few reasons. One, like, Trump has had this chip on his shoulder years after the 2020 election. And we all know what that's about. But he's no longer running for re-election and really clean sweep. That matters a lot to the man's psyche. Another thing, here's about his legacy. Now he doesn't have to worry about re-election. There's more than anything else about legacy. And for him, that means America is the best at every metric that you can imagine. So, look, you have 4 years of Trump already. He didn't govern as a fascist, right? I don't care what your definition of fascism is. I mean, is it attacking the Supreme Court? Is it doing away with the filibuster? So, by the way, are Democrats still in favor of this thing? Are Democrats still now in favor of doing away with the filibuster and attacking the Supreme Court? I'm just curious. Are those now are those now not part of the Democrat platform? Because those are fascist tendencies as well.
Let me bring Cenk in. But Cenk, the problem is, whatever you say this morning, to be honest, and I say this respectfully, it's all just going to sound pretty hollow, because the truth is, the Democrats have taken just a gigantic profit. I mean, it's on a scale so big, it's humiliating. So almost everything that your side has been saying for the last year has just gone up in smoke. No one was buying into it, but no one was buying into anything Kamala Harris had to say about it.
Why don't you own apartment buildings? Seriously, why don't you own these big apartment buildings? Can I get it? We might be being
anything in this place. She actually did worse than Biden. Everywhere. I mean, that's quite an achievement. So what do the Democrats do coming out of the wreckage of it?
Yeah. So I don't know how many times I got to tell you this, Pierce. I don't like Democratic leadership. I think they are grossly incompetent. I loathe them. Okay, look, they call Donald Trump a maniacal clown, and I agree with that. But they lost to him twice. So what does that make them? Utter losers. And they're all over TV now blaming the voters, blaming this, blaming that. That's not why they lost. They lost because the Democratic Party leadership is a bunch of elitist clowns who agree with Dan Crenshaw. They're making it up. So Dan, I'll tell you,
Why are they attacking me all the time? Why do they hate my guts?
Oh, yeah.
It's so easy for me to beat them.
Okay.
It's so easy for me to beat them. I'm one of the best at it.
Yeah. You guys actually totally agree, and you went on corporate tax cuts in a couple of within days of Donald Trump winning. Guys, he said there was a corporate tax cut. Can I just finish the point? Okay. So, who is the establishment group? Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell's an establishment Republican. Almost all the Republican senators are establishment Republican. And by the way, Nancy Pelosi is an establishment Democrat. Joe Biden is. What it means is you take donor money and you serve donors. You guys are all crooks. So when you notice what Dan said, he said, oh, we're going to do a pro. I think Trump is smart enough to do pro-growth. You know what that means? It means tax cut for the rich. That were all Dan's donors. And
Yeah, but when you say you're all
left-right issue.
When you say you're all hang on.
You're going corporate tax cuts, aren't you?
No, let me just say something.
Tax cuts, aren't you?
Cenk, when you say you guys,
I want it on the record.
hang on, Cenk, when you say, Cenk, you guys are all, hang on, let me speak. When you say you guys are, Cenk, I'm saying that, the moons inside your body might be running hot. However, let me just point out, when you and you've got someone like Dan sitting there, it's a ridiculous thing to say. Why do you use that language?
It's not. Here's that you don't understand politics at all. So all of the donor money is
You said I don't understand politics, but I was the one who brought Trump winning big the entire time.
So let me ask you something. Let's ask Vinny. Yeah. Okay, Vinny. Do you think that the donor money is, do you agree with Dan? Do you agree with Dan that the donor money is irrelevant? They don't serve the donors at all. There are no establishment Republicans. We're all making it up. And golly, even Trump shouldn't have gone in a populist direction. And this is all wrong. They should just serve the donors that we're all imagining. You're on the right.
I agree. I'm actually.
Hey, it's not your turn, Dan.
Yeah, hold on, just real quick, just to clarify. Dan, just to clarify, I am a United States Air Force veteran as well, so I didn't serve in combat, but I am a veteran, so my brother, my sister, that's beside the point. And I do agree with Cenk. You cannot say that there's no establishment. There's establishment left, and there's establishment right. For all these people taking donor money, you are the establishment. Donald Trump is a beast because he didn't need anybody's money. If they go back to Ripley's point, when she mentioned Bannon, and Kelly.
Are you guys high right now?
No, I'm actually sober. Very sober.
He's taking a ton of donor money. He's taking a ton of donor money. Every single one does, including your favorite Bernie Sanders, including Donald Trump. What I think is grassroots make up facts right now,
money like you.
and then do single variable analysis about.
That's a fact.
And he can just do single variable analysis about donor money equals.
All right, let me bring in Crystal. I want to ask you this, Crystal. Kamala Harris made a big play of abortion rights. She really bet the bank on that delivering enough women to get her over the line. And there was this weird poll, the Seltzer poll that came out of Iowa the weekend, really excited where she had, normally very accurate pollster, she had Kamala up 3 in Iowa, and it was apparently women over 60 driving. And the general feeling then was, wow, maybe all the women in particular might be old enough to remember life before Roe versus Wade may come out and punish Trump enough where they win. But they simply didn't come out in anything like the numbers people expected. And you also had at the same time, obviously, a lot of black men, Latino men against Trump and so on. But the women just didn't come out and come out. Why? And was it that abortion in the end, yes, it's an important issue, of course it is, but not as important to the average American who can't afford to put food on the table, is incensed by the fact that at the same time with this cost of living crisis, you have nearly 10 million illegal immigrants coming over the border, which is putting huge pressure on public services. Was it they just bet the bank on the wrong issue? That actually, yeah, it's important, but not as important as I kept saying. I think it's the economy, and immigration. They're the two reasons that Trump is so popular.
I think that I and others overlearned the lesson from 2022 because in 2022 I was saying, oh, look at the economic numbers. Voters are saying economy, inflation, these are their number one issues. The economic numbers, by the way, were far worse at that point. And I said, it's a wrap. Like, it's going to be a massive red wave. And then that red wave didn't materialize. So I took from that this issue, which had really been a game changer in terms of the American public in a way that, frankly, I did not anticipate before. But I think part of what is different in 2024 is, number one, it's much larger general election electorate. So that's a big change. And number two, as much as I think there are failures on the Democratic part, I also think we can't deny that Trump is this uniquely, charismatic performer. And people love the show. So he outperformed every Republican on the ticket, which is also a rebuke to, a lot of Republicans who thought that they had to get rid of him because of all the baggage. I actually think he's the most, likely to win of the Republicans. That I think Ron DeSantis would have been much more difficult to reign. So every single Republican Senate candidate underperformed him, save for, I believe, one. So I think that's part of why. But, look, the country overwhelmingly says that we're on the wrong track. They're very dissatisfied with the economy. Joe Biden's approval rating is very low. Those are very favorable conditions for a challenger to come in and win and go and vote.
Okay, Vinny, what do you want to see Trump do in the second term? Well, I totally agree with what Dan said, that he'll be much more conscious of his legacy because he hasn't going to win another election. So he's got a second chance, and maybe even Trump, if he's honest, thought at the start of 2022 he might not have got. I thought he was dead and buried, so I think most people. So the fact he's won against so emphatic, he's broad. But it gives him this extraordinary opportunity to correct the legacy that he left with last time. What do you want to see him do, and how important is it to unify America? It's so bitter, it's so divisive, American political discourse. Would you like to see him bring people into the tent? For example, putting some people perhaps in his cabinet from the other side, bringing people in, being a genuine unifier.
Yeah, and Pierce, he was already doing it. If you watch the campaign trail, he not only had Jewish Americans back again. In Detroit, he had Muslims going on stage and saying that he had the Muslim vote again. And I do think, Pierce, and just going back, Pierce, the Democrats had 4 years, Pierce, 4 years to prove everybody wrong and say, look at how bad Trump was, look at what we've done. They did absolutely nothing. They got exposed and they did shit. Sorry for my language, Pierce, but this is what I wanted to do besides being a unifier, because I wrote some of these things down. We need election reform. Number one, there's the fact that California, Gavin Newsom, has made it illegal to even show your ID to vote. Speaks volumes on what these people want. Flying illegals to all these swing states is unbelievable. And all these battleground states, that's cheating. He has to do that, number one, too. I wanted to get all the Epstein's list, and this is not unifying, but this needs retribution. We need exposure to all these people. Epstein's list and holding all these people accountable for what they did. January 6th, we need a full investigation. Excuse me. Okay, listen. Get rid of that bullshit.
For 10 years. I'm sure that was really forthcoming.
And by the way, okay, yeah. Switch everything on Donald Trump. Not Bill Clinton or any of your go-to Democrats. But anyway, let me finish.
I called them
January 6th. January 6th. Let me finish.
10 years.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. The January 6th investigation, the pipe bomb investigation here, I think he's pardoned all the people that didn't do anything wrong, that were just standing there. They got freaking 20 years in prison. Oh my God. Yeah, it was an insurrection. No guns, no nothing, nobody got killed. The only person that was killed.
The trouble, Vinny, the trouble is, hang on. I'll tell you what.
It's been like, oh, we're going to be unified, and then it's like, you're still at
Well, that's the point I was going to make, Vinny.
Because you want us to forget. You want us to forget. No. No, it's classically true.
Well,
Guess what?
because
You guys don't want
you guys
accountability.
started
You don't want accountability. No. Let me finish. You don't want accountability. And that's what you Democrats do. Yeah,
Hold on,
accountability for the
All right, this
bullshit.
doesn't sound very unifying now. Let me just hang on, hang on, please. Hang on, just time out, please. Time out. I want to bring in Frank Lance, who's obviously one of America's top pollsters. Frank has talked a lot in this presidential, been incredibly unpredictable. We've seen assassination attempts, particularly usurping of the Democrat nominee. We've seen Trump convicted of a crime and then ending up back at the White House. It's really extraordinary. I want to play a clip of you the last time we spoke, just after the debate.
Over 17 years, I had an abusive relationship with the P word, and logically I knew that it was detrimental to my relationship.
Where Kamala won that debate, and you said this.
I think more accurately is that Donald Trump lost. And this is not the worst debate performance I've seen in my career. It was very close to it. The conversations about people eating dogs and cats, calling the leader of Hungary one of the greatest world leaders, repeatedly missing the opportunity to focus on inflation and affordability, and the complete inability to present his point of view without completely tearing into Joe Biden, into whomever was in his sights. There was a pretty negative performance, pretty pessimistic, cynical, contemptuous, and I think that this will cost him. Yes, I'm trying to decide if I want to go on record, and the answer is yes. I think that he loses because of this debate performance.
Now, Frank, that was September the 11th, and you kind of almost forced yourself into finally coming out in the way you did, and it didn't look like you were completely certain that your gut was telling you. My own gut throughout this whole last few months has been very much, I thought Trump was going to win. It's a big question of how big. Most pollsters had it like a knife edge, and yet it looks like in the end Trump may win everything. Did the pollsters get it wrong? Is there a unique aspect of Trump where it just doesn't get picked up in popularity in the same way that normal candidates do? What do you think happened?
I appreciate the willingness to let me out of it, but shouldn't. I got it wrong. I thought the debates mattered. I thought that the one time they put both candidates right next to each other to get them to talk for 90 minutes, that the public would make a decision. Not that she did well, but did horribly. I thought that was it for me. And I now realize that for some candidates, debates don't matter. For some candidates, decorum doesn't matter. For some candidates, civility doesn't matter, because for half of America, they don't believe in decorum. They don't believe in civility. They're mad as hell. They're not going to take it anymore, and they just want to be heard, because up until now they've been ignored, forgotten, and even betrayed. So don't let me out of that. Hold me accountable for it. And I wish that other pollsters would do the same. The worst survey of all was this Iowa survey that had Harris up by 3, and then she ends up losing that state, 10 points? I mean, it was just wrong. And the entire narrative. And I want to respond in a slightly broader way. Because I watched how some of the places that I appear on really focused on what happened at that Madison Square Garden rally when the comedian said that thing that was just horrible. I've worked in Puerto Rico before. It's a wonderful place. It's got its challenges, but the people are awesome. And how Trump just let that happen. And yet, the president, Joe Biden, is horrific about Trump supporters, and they try to dismiss it. They try to cover up for it. They try to move away from it. This is a completely different election. We've entered into a different world right now, driven by social media, driven by failure in education, and driven by people who feel left behind by economic success. And the thing, Piers, that I would really emphasize is there are people struggling right now. They can't afford their food. They can't afford their rent or their mortgage payments. They have trouble with healthcare. They have trouble with housing. And Trump speaks to them. And he speaks in a way that they fear him. I don't like the way he talks, but they do. And you know what? I have to accept that. Because it's not about me or you. It's not about any of us yelling on this panel. It really is about them and what they want. And I just hope as we look forward that we find some way to restore a sense of respect for each other, that we embrace different points of view. We can argue about it and we can disagree, but that at least we respect each other. And I'm hopeful but nervous that this is the new normal and we never get back to that sense of understanding and appreciation for those who disagree.
Frank, when you see the results as they're streaming in, what are the biggest surprise takeaways for you? What are the things you just weren't anticipating?
I questioned, and I was questioning my own numbers. So people were asking me who's going to win, and I kept saying I can't call it. And they would say to me, "You're gutless. Do it. We trust you." I couldn't because I didn't believe my work. I didn't believe their work. And in the end, probably the biggest surprise is the Latino vote, the Hispanic vote, that Trump actually won Latino men. It wasn't close. He actually won them. And then he got rolled, of course, of that vote. I knew they were trending, and that represents a realignment. Because he was overt about immigration. He was overt about how he felt in regards to the border. And not only did they not jam him for that, they endorsed him for this. And this is a wake-up call for America. That if someone has a Hispanic last name, it doesn't mean that immigration is the number one issue. Because for them, if they came here the right way, they want to punish people who came here the wrong way.
Yeah,
those who are
I
voting
totally agree.
are almost always those if they came here the right way. So that was my number one surprise. And the number two surprise was that older women, in the end, they didn't vote with their generation, they voted by their gender. And that's how Harris did a little bit better than she might have in another election cycle.
You know, I was having a lot of conversations in the last few weeks with Americans in LA and New York on the phone and stuff. And the reason I was so confident that he was going to win, I kept saying, no, there's no way. And I said, the reason is the number of people who were saying to me that hadn't voted for Trump before, but they were going to do this time, but were doing it kind of like this with their mouth slightly even now with their hand. So I don't want people to hear this. So listen, please don't tell anybody. But it was startling to me how many people were saying. And I remember thinking, there were 2 or 3 friends of mine, I thought, wow, you were doing it. If this is being replicated around America, then Trump can have a really big win. I actually said on Fox, I think it was, last Saturday, I flew into New York, and I went on Brian Kilmeade's show, and I said, you know, I've just got a feeling he's going to win big. I had a feeling he'd win in 2016. I think this could be a lot bigger. I'm just anecdotally picking up feeling. And what's surprising to me, but maybe it's not surprising, is that pollsters whose only job it is to kind of read mood budgets, is Trump slightly impervious to that way of collecting data? Is there just this thing about him where it's almost impossible to hold him accurate?
It actually is possible, but what happens with a Trump supporter is that they're guaranteed to be a Trump voter. And that's the difference. That there are people who like Harris but do not in the end cannot vote for them. The percentage of the vote that was women 18 to 29 was not above what it usually is. And that was needed for her to get over the finish line. I believe it came in at roughly 7%. It needed to be 10%. It needed to be closer to the national average, which of that segment, how much they deserve to be based on the population. She didn't pull them out. In the end, they didn't vote. I believe in the end that it's not just about Trump, but it is about Harris. She should have had Taylor Swift doing concerts in Philadelphia, Detroit, and in Madison, one after another after another. That could have resulted in 10,000 additional votes. It would not have been enough, but it would have excited that young vote. And the other thing about Harris is she never told people what she was going to do in the first hour, the first day, the first week, the first month, the first year. And the public was saying again and again and again, tell us. What was the campaign doing? Calling Trump a fascist, saying that he's evil. All they did was try to redefine, not redefine, but enforce that Trump definition. We know about Donald Trump. We know who he is. We know how he talks. There's no surprise there. The surprise was is that Harris did not understand and did not explain to the American people what she was about, and that's why she lost. In the end, another candidate could have done a better job than she did.
I completely agree, and I think the Democrats' biggest mistake was not to have an open convention, but letting other people try and battle it out with her to get the nomination. I think they will regret that enormously, because I don't think she would have won. And I think you're right, she couldn't articulate what she was doing, because I don't think she actually knew. And all she reverted to in the end, she went from joy and hope to the Trump's announcement. And the moment you do that, you're right back with Hillary Clinton back in 2016. You're demonizing him, demonizing his supporters, not really offering people a vision for positivity for the country. Just, it can't be him. And Trump has proven time and again that when you do that, he normally wins. Frank, great to talk to you. I really appreciate your honesty. The great thing about you is, when you get it wrong, you say it. Only other people would be so honest. But I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Bruce.
Let me bring back the panel quickly before I go to Bill O'Reilly. Dan, a lot of honesty there from Frank about why the pollsters, including him, called this wrong. But I do feel with Trump that even though people are reluctant to sometimes to say that they're with him, that reluctance is receding fast. I've really noticed in New York in the last week that I've been here, people very openly saying, I'm going to vote Trump. As well as friends of mine doing it behind a hand. People just saying, no, it's no longer become a badge of dishonor. And he didn't win New York, but he certainly reduced Kamala Harris's victory in New York to a record bottom low for a Democrat candidate. So if you feel like, as Frank was saying, that Trumpism and the way he is kind of baked into people. They've kind of got used to it. I was struck by the Madison Square Garden rally. Only 150 protesters. I'm struck that this morning in New York, there are no mass protests. It's just not there anymore. So they can all call him Hitler as much as they like. They're not turning out to stop him. And they're not raging when...
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products.
He won.
It's baked in, but I think there's more to it than that. I think it's changed over time. You're not seeing a daily tweet from Trump that riles everybody up. It's not happening anymore. You're in a much more disciplined campaign this time. It didn't give the other side the kind of ammunition it's used to having. That is pretty good. And also, I think people have the benefit of hindsight at this point. And I pointed this out a million times, though, in Trump. This is a unique election. You have 4 years from one candidate, 4 years from the other candidate. You have very specific policies with each candidate, and you have very specific outcomes that exist with those policies, including things, by the way, like cutting the corporate tax rate and having a pro-growth economy, which, by the way, helps lowest quintile earners the most. They break it to you as a real populace looking for the working man, and you might want to actually do things that work for the working man.
It helps your donors and billionaires the most.
True.
Okay, let me bring in Cheng.
Yeah.
Cheng, what I want to ask you, Cheng,
But anyway, that's what helped. I think people were able to look at objectively at the policies and take a breath and say, you know what? If those 4 years weren't bad, in fact, they were pretty good.
Yeah, Cheng, all I want to ask you is, what do the Democrats do now? Who is the person out there that can basically start again for the Democrats and potentially win in the next election in 4 years? Because that's all the Democrats have left now, is this plan for what happens next.
Yeah, so two things. First off, the most important part is the message to Democrat voters. The clip that you played from the Unrelated coverage last night, I was saying, Democratic voters, the definition of insanity is doing something over and over again and expecting different results. Stop believing the Democratic establishment. Stop believing that they're some sort of geniuses and they're playing four-dimensional chess and eventually they're going to win. They're not. They lost to Trump twice. They know absolutely nothing. All they know is how to take donor money. They brag so much about raising $1 billion. What good did it do? You're supposed to get the actual votes. So what we need to do in order to have any chance of winning is we've got to go in a populist direction where we represent the average man in America. Stop representing corporate CEOs and your donor class. And the way to do that is to do a populist revolt. You must win in the Democratic primaries. Those Democratic primaries for 2028 are going to decide whether the Democratic Party is going to be able to take on the Republicans effectively, or if they're going to crash and burn. If they go with another corporate robot like Pete Buttigieg or someone along those lines, they're going to get annihilated. Stop doing things the same exact way when it gives you terrible results. On TRT.com, we have a pledge for a populist revolt where we demand things like anti-war position, money out of politics, to negotiate the prices on all drugs, prevent private equity from buying residential real estate, driving up our housing prices. These are all intensely popular proposals. But we never get there because they go, oh, civility. You know, Frank just mentioned that. And by the way, there's 3 people that said all along, we have no idea who's going to win this race. Me, Frank Lutz, and Nate Silver. And we were right, because both sides are overconfident, but especially the Democrats are overconfident, obviously, right? And they keep thinking, oh, no, if enough corporate CEOs and enough Cheney support us, we'll win. Well, you were fundamentally wrong about that. If you don't turn around, people like Trump are going to win forever. We've got to go towards populism and regain it. And Frank said, oh, it turns out civility is dead. You know why? Because civility is a code word that mainstream media and the Democratic and Republican establishments use to protect the status quo. Hey, nobody get excited. Don't get excited. We're just doing corporate tax cuts here. And now Dan, it's exactly as I predicted in the middle of the show, he's saying there should be no corporate taxes. Because the rich are going to rob this place.
Because I study economics.
The one thing changed. Hang on, I don't think we haven't got time, guys. The one thing I'll say, Jake, is no one would ever accuse you, Jake. No one would ever accuse you of leading the charge for stability in public. I do appreciate you coming on Face of the Music today. Just very, very quickly to Crystal and to Crystal, I mean, just for that one spot, we haven't got time, because I'm still a right where I want to take on this, but just, who would you like to see lead the Democrats out of the action?
Sean Payne, president of the UAW, someone of that ilk, populist left. Do I think that's going to happen? No. I think they'll learn all the wrong lessons. I think they'll probably pivot to the right. They're already embracing the sort of like scapegoat immigrants and poor people vision of the right, and I think they just continue to go in that direction and probably continue to lose.
Okay, Vinny, who would you most fear on the Democrat side if they were to something on the Democrat?
2 things. Number 1, Gavin Newsom, that slithering snake in the grass, complete establishment. That is the fear. You want to talk about populist and just that's my biggest fear. And guess what? That type of guy would win. That kind of guy could win. And just really fast, Chris, I know we have to leave. I just want everybody to know when me and Cheng talk about the establishment, I hope everybody realizes. Yes, we won, and yes, we're happy, but don't sleep for 2 seconds that the Schumers, the Pelosi's, and everybody, and the Jamie Raskin, who has said, this fight isn't over here, that he's gonna, it's on the internet, that he said they're gonna go after the 14th Amendment, Article 3 to get Trump out. He said it, and he even warned of a civil war, which I'm tired of hearing. We don't need to stop. Yes, he did. You can clip it.
You know what I'd like to see? Listen, you know what I'd like to see? I would like to see one of the first things Trump does is to pardon Hunter Biden and all the Bidens from any future litigation. So say that's it. That would be an act of unity which I think would go a long way in calming everybody down. I hope he does that. We will see. Thank you to my panel. Much appreciated. Check. Appreciate you coming on and Face of the Music. It can't be an easy morning to be Check.
It's always a good day to be
Well, I'm joined now by the journalist and host of No Speak News, Bill O'Reilly. Bill, what an incredible night. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that the American people voted their pocketbooks, and working class Americans are suffering, and that Joe Biden really lost the election. Kamala Harris was not a good nominee or a campaigner, but Biden lost it. Disastrous president. And ironically, for those who don't watch The View in Great Britain or around the world that are watching tonight, ABC News is a program every day called The View. And there are 5 ladies on the program, all of whom are leftists. and they hate Trump. And they invited Kamala Harris on, and that was one of the few venues she agreed to enter. And in the process of telling the vice president how terrific she was, one of the ladies asked her a very simple question: is there anything that the Biden administration has done that you would have not done? And she goes, I can't think of anything. That was the end. That lost the election to Kamala Harris. When Americans are paying 20% more for the essentials of life, that includes insurance, food, fuel, clothing, on and on. And when we are embarrassed in front of the world in Afghanistan, and you can't think of one thing that you would have done differently than President Biden, you can't come back from that. And that's where she lost the election.
And Bill, you're a scholar of all things presidents in American history. Where does this rank as a comeback? I mean, I can't think of a greater comeback in American political history than what's happened here with Trump. But can you?
Yeah. Did you read Confronting the President's Peers? I think we sent you a free book. Did you read it?
Yes,
or did you
I did.
On eBay? Okay.
I did. No, of course.
So, there was some comebacks. I mean, Richard Nixon obviously vilified within an inch of his life wins in 68 and 72. Andrew Jackson lost to Quincy Adams in a corrupt bargain and came back and then waxed Quincy Adams the next 4 years. But what's very interesting in Confronting the Presidents is our pal Grover Cleveland, whose nephews and nieces called him Uncle Jumbo. 350 pounds. He was the only American president elected to 9 consecutive terms, now joined by Donald Trump. And Cleveland's second term, that began in 1892, was a disaster. And I wrote in my message of the day on BillO'Reilly.com, Donald Trump needs to read that chapter in Confronting the Presidents and not make the mistakes that Cleveland made. Because your second term is harder than your first term. It always is. And in America, the expectations for Donald Trump, particularly in the economic range, are enormous. And he has really got a lot of work to do.
Can I'm just going to challenge that pretext just a moment by saying Bill Clinton and Ronald Reagan, who I believe, and you'll know better than me, that they inherited not great economies, but had a better economy for their second term, and were able to have more successful second terms than first. Would that be accurate? And could Trump have the same, where the economy may be getting it better globally, and that he might be able to use that, it might suit his natural instincts on the economy, and may end up giving him a great second term? Is that possible?
I don't like to be speculative, but certainly the history is right. You have it right. So Bill Clinton comes off Bush the elder, where the economy, just like his son, Bush the younger, in the last year of their terms,
Okay, today I smell a wreck. Customer just bought this car. It's on his account. 2015 Subaru with 132,000 miles. He picks it up, drives it home, check engine light comes on. The car starts overheating. So he takes it back. And they check it. The guy said he had temperature and clean engine. Well, it's not overheating. So they said they added coolant and took on it and there he was, right? Now, let's be logical. If they sell him a new car and your car lot is supposed to check stuff out, so it should run full of coolant. If it's not full of coolant, they usually mean something wrong with the engine.
Hey guys, so everybody is ditching their car insurance and they're doing this instead.
Joe Rogan experience.
And it's ready for retribution. That's it. Like, it's just there to go. Actually, just like there, just to find support. And then they turned it around and just started roasting the food. And we just sitting there like, yeah, I just came to the dinner. I'm just here to support.
We know what it was because of, right? The birther stuff.
Oh, okay.
That's what it all was. It was all, Trump was at the head of a lot of these people spreading this rumor online that Obama's birth certificate was forged, and he's actually from Kenya. And what's weird is, if you go back to Obama's early days, there are some things that say he's from Kenya. Like, I think in his, something from college said he was from Kenya. But that could just be, people print things wrong all the time. It doesn't mean he's actually from Kenya. But Trump was one of those guys that was like spreading that supposedly false rumor.
Where's it pushing it hard? I haven't had that.
Great. I had an interesting point about all of this because we're told that women didn't vote for their rights and Latinos voted for racist and all that. She wrote, I also voted for my daughter's rights. I voted for her right to free speech. I voted for her right to practice her religion. I voted for her right to peacefully assemble and protest the tyrannical government, regardless of her political leanings. I voted for her right to bodily autonomy without interference from experimental drug companies mandated by her government. I voted for her to exist as a woman in women's sports, to have a women's bathroom, and to have a financial freedom so when she grows up she's not bound to a tyrannical government oversight. I voted for her innocence. I voted to protect her from gender confusion and chemical castration. I voted for the right to grow up being raised by her parents instead of being co-parented with the government. That's why I voted for Donald J. Trump. That tweet alone is the complete antidote to everything that Sonny Ostlund and Joe Scarborough and Al Sharpton have put out there. While they will tell you that it's because these women are voting against themselves and the Latinos are racist and black men are bad. That was the truth right there. That was absolutely the truth. So, what do you do? What do you do when you have the truth on our side? You've now seen what the lies do, not only to a political party, and whole Democrat Party is based on lies, but what it's doing now to young people and some of these parents that are just kicking their kids and playing. It's so sad. They do all that, and then you have people who will be out in the streets protesting the fact that we just had a Democrat election because it didn't go their way. Here's a compilation of protests taking place over the last day in Chicago, Seattle, Florida, and New York City.
Nobody likes you here! This neighborhood would kill you if you had the chance! Get the out of here!
no offense. But if you're paying more than $30 a month on car insurance, you're getting ripped off. Guys, so
Oh my God. Yo. Yeah, let me tell you something. I saw the title of this. I was like, yo, this is too funny. Now they're going to pass the buck. And I remember learning this term in history class or social studies class. And they were explaining that passing the buck in politics, pass that blame. So, Biden's stupidity and selfishness, Senator Kamala says the Democrat donors, Vice President struggled to separate herself from her base in the short time of her left on her campaign. Now, look, it seemed as if she never wanted to separate herself. When she was asked what she did different, she basically said nothing. When she asked, is Joe good? She doubled down and like, yeah, he's straight. The stupidity and selfishness of Joe Biden against Kamala Harris in this election, a major said, was a bitter blame game. Began after her humiliating election defeat. My. Ain't that sad? So, right here, see, a couple.
Subscribe, guys. Subscribe to the channel.
Telegraph wants me to pay for that.
And hey, good morning. For you too.
Now, Joe Biden's fault. Oh my God. Let's see here. After Harris lost, there we go. After Harris lost, angry Democrats blame her boss. That violated their rank. Bar. November 6th, anger and soul searching took hold of the Democratic Party Wednesday after Vice President Kamala Harris suffered an election loss that left some party officials and voters dumbfounded on how they think she wasn't lose. Harris was the self-styled underdog against her Republican rival Donald Trump, having joined the race a little over 3 months ago, but the nature of her loss has some Democrats asking questions about the future of the party. The sharpest criticism contained accusations that the party has lied to its supporters about President Joe Biden's mental fitness, which they did until a disastrous TV debate with Trump in June raised alarm bells and ultimately led to the president's exiting the race. One Democrat asked, why did Joe Biden hold on for as long as he did? He should have not concealed his health and dropped out a lot sooner. Biden 81 has said privately he thought he was the only Democrat who could beat Trump. Now, publicly, that he was fit to be the president for another 4 years. When he dropped out of the race in July, he said he had decided it was in the best interest of his party. Biden's announcement in April 2023 so that he would run for the election is greeted with skepticism by many Democrats, but likely potential challengers quickly agreed to join his campaign as advisors for their challenge. They blamed the malpractice of Biden's inner circle. No one would tell him no, the officials said, criticizing the White House communications and political team. So is Joe, but also Joe's core apparatus, stunning and well-documented chickens coming home to roost.
One Harris aide said, Vice President's campaign is doomed from the start by her loyalty to the unpopular president. Well, they were both unpopular. Democrats could have won some who broke from him, offered different policies, and presented a candidate of change. That's true. But she had kind of like separated herself, like, look, I ain't gonna need him. I got some new stuff for y'all. Pay attention. That couldn't have worked. But she perpetrated her loyalties, so it's like, I still don't think she could have beat Trump. One major error was Harris' initial mark about the ABC shared the view that she could not think of anything that would have been done different from Biden. Other governments have also fired from conservative that target immigrants. Canada's liberal Congress Minister Justin Trudeau, for example, under criticism from the right and far right, have vowed to toughen immigrants' rules a while ago. I thought this was it. Never mind. Anyway, I don't think they can blame Biden. I think Biden is part of the whole recipe of disaster that happened with this. Okay? She didn't go through the normal channels to become the candidate. People were talking about them having a coup to get him out. Biden already had a bad debate, made himself look bad with mental capacities. She jumps in. She doesn't answer questions for weeks or months. She doesn't answer any questions. Then as she starts answering questions, she's messing up. She's dancing around the questions. There's questions about her race and her motives as far as getting the black vote. Is she Indian? Is she black? Is she both? What's going on? And people are having a hard time finding evidence of the black. Okay? There's also the censorship issue. The censorship issue, the social media, people are talking about, hey, trying to take away First Amendment rights, there's the whole gun thing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I'm thinking that just worked against her. She did not communicate as good as Trump. Sure, I had a lower approval rating than him.
With a real big 45 and can't work because of your health, there's a real easy way to see if you can get up to $3,822 a month in disability payments. This simple quiz will let you know if you qualify. Here's the opportunity.
Alright, let's get this over with, man. Sights? Are you ready? I am. Where's my sound? Excuse me? Where's my sound? Where's my sound at? There we go. Oh, it is. Everybody wanted it. He won the popular vote. He went in swinging states. Man, unprecedented comeback victory.
Not what we voted for.
Oh, it is what we voted
Hear me when I say, hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright.
And it's burning bright right now.
As we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting.
To keep things common sense, to protect our women, to protect our families, to protect our borders, to protect our economy. We have to continue to fight for our good health, and we got to fight to make sure that this country is safe for everyone. The world is safe for everyone. And not just making America great again. To instill greatness in this country that seeps into the rest of the world and makes the entire world great, safe, happy, and healthy for all humanity. Thank you.
Love you, Doug, and our family. I love you so very much. To Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz,
Biden, like what?
family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you.
That work was to get things done.
Thank you all. But I am so proud of the race we ran. And the way we
I wouldn't
ran
be.
it.
I wouldn't be.
The way we ran
That
it.
performance, I wouldn't be.
Over 107 days of this campaign, we have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And we did it with the knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it.
I know the emotion I'm feeling happy. I'm feeling safer. I'm feeling optimistic about our future. So I'm feeling a range of feelings too. I am happy, optimistic, joy. That's pretty good. Safer.
But we must accept the results of this election.
Okay.
Earlier today,
Good for you.
President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition.
Okay.
And that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power.
Okay. See, we was all concerned. She's beaming. She is beaming right now. Those are some laser beams. Those are some laser beams. I don't want to look at me like that. See, because people was concerned about some shenanigans. Definitely. So, okay. You say so.
A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. Okay? As much as any other.
I see what she's doing. She's trying to say we ain't gonna do what he did. Last time, that's what she's doing.
distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States.
Hear that, black folk? Stop voting 90% Democrat every single time. Start looking at their policies, what they're going to do for the country, for your people. They're going to make your life better? Are they not? Are they supporting certain foundations that were originally set up to take you out? Like, what's going on? You know what I mean?
And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance
Is your God. Mine is the all-powerful creator of the heavens and the earth. That's who mine is. Who's yours?
to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation. The ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations. Where the women of America have the freedom to about their own body and not have their
They do that all the time. Y'all know how I feel about it. But for all of you Jews, I personally think that abortion is one of the most dark, evil, inhumane things that we've been convinced is okay to do. Similar to sparklers throwing away their babies if they were born small, something like that. That's something that's very savage. What we do to our unborn children is extremely savage. If the most nurturing of the two sexes can be convinced to fight for a right to terminate the life, the human life going inside of them, and they think that that's fine.
This is the reason why I've canceled my internet subscription.
This brand new portable Wi-Fi.
But that's fine. I mean, come on now. I mean, you heard what I just said. People fight for that right to take the lives of their unborn children, mainly out of inconvenience. Because the R word, the I word, and to save the most life are less than 1% of all abortions, correct? So most are fighting for the right to just not be responsible adults. That's what they're doing. And it's wrong. Okay? Incest can create very damaged individuals genetically. I understand people might want to have that done. Something like that happens in a family. I get it. I understand the R word. You may not love that person who violated you as a child growing inside of you. They kept you in the basement. You were not able to get away. And now you have this life growing in you. And they saved you after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. And you can't take that. You need this piece of this person taken. I understand. Okay. To save the mother's life. I understand that. But the rest, everybody just being irresponsible adults, nah. Make a way. Put on your big boy and your big girl pants and raise that child. Or give it up for adoption. Because from what I understand, there are like 2 million people on the adoption list. 2 million. 2 million. That's insane to me. That's a lot of people. A lot of loving people that can't have children. And they're waiting for a beautiful life to come into theirs so they can raise a little baby. That you'd rather take that life. I'm sorry. There's no way I could ever support anyone that is okay with that. There's a girl I used to talk to. She told me she had one. And she was jumping through all types of hoops to explain to me why, the guy forced her, he dragged her there. I don't really believe that. I just believe that he was so angry and pushy with it that, so what some women do is they kind of cave to it. They're just like, oh, he's not going to be here. He doesn't know why I have it. Don't do that. Don't let him convince you. Get plenty of help. And no one said the road was going to be easy, but the rest of life isn't easy either. Take responsibility for the decision you made to open your legs or ejaculate inside of somebody without protection before marriage, all that good stuff. You chose it. You chose to have a quote-unquote responsible adult do it. So take that responsibility. Okay. Let's keep going.
Government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence. As America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld. And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square. And we will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives, by treating one another with kindness and respect, by looking.
By calling people dictators and next Hitler and dangerous and a danger to democracy, danger to the country, and the R word, and androgen and all this other stuff. Treat each other with kindness. We've treated you. Please.
In the face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor, by always using our strength to lift people up, to fight for the dignity that all people deserve. The fight for our freedom will take hard work. But like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work.
You hear how her accent changed when she said that?
And the fight for our country is always worth it. And to the young people who are watching, it is to the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed. But please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying.
Most of you will get that from my followers.
To make the world a better place. You have power.
Are we about to?
You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair.
No, I'm not.
Time to throw up our hands.
It's time to be extremely happy. That's what it's a time to do. Because big change is coming.
This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career,
Tell me about you being middle class, too.
some people at some of the worst times in their lives. People who had suffered great harm and great
Subscribe to the channel, guys.
Some of those sentences. Oh my God.
and yet,
Oh, by the way,
Subscribe to the channel.
I've been called biased. I am biased. So are you. We're all biased. But the reason why you watch me is because I'm honest and I'm fair. There's a difference, okay? Because there's certain people that are biased, but we're all biased. But you can be biased but unfair. You know what I mean? You're biased, you support this side, but you know, like the the honesty, the fairness that certain Democrats showed was when Biden performed badly in that debate. And they just came out and they were like, look, I'm biased. I'm Democrat. I'm for the Democrats and for Biden. But what he did was terrible. That was just horrible performance. See, that's honest and fair. The one that's not fair, they'll be like, oh, he did great. Did great. I have complete trust in his abilities. He's fine. He's just getting started. He's just unwound and he's just getting started. Got what I'm saying? That's the person that is not honest and fair. I'm honest and fair. That's why you watch me. And I'm honest.
found within themselves the strength and the courage and the resolve to take the stand, to take a stand, to fight for justice, to fight for themselves, to fight for others. So let their courage be our inspiration. Let their determination be our charge. And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars.
And these past 4 years have been so dark that we saw the stars of Trump shining, J.D. Vance shining, Tulsi Gabbard shining, RFK Jr. shining. We saw all that. And it's definitely working now. It's helping. We know the way.
I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time.
Not at all.
For the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light the light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service.
The light of the Creator.
And you. And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you.
All right, y'all. Listen, if you enjoyed my reaction, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, and share, and subscribe. Because people unsubscribing just because I announced that Trump won and was happy. Can you believe that? Can you believe it? I have never. 10 million subscribers. Woo!
Seniors, if you were born before 1969, you qualify for the Otto program. This new program from Otto is so simple, it takes about a minute.
Aw, man. So I've heard about this story. I want to see it in its full context. But from what I hear, they are blaming misogyny on Americans that voted for Trump and not for Kamala Harris. How can you do that when I think I heard that Hillary won the popular vote, correct? So how are Americans misogynist? They just didn't want this in office. That's how I see it. Misogynist. They put anything in their booties that they can. And maybe I'm not wrong. Maybe the clip that I saw on Twitter's a little taken out of context. Let's see.
Bringing the conversation, president of the National Action Network, the host of MSN Nation of Reverend.
I still ain't got used to this skinny look of his. Can you look up what he used to look like?
Good morning. I know you were with the Harris campaign.
All these years, there's been things, and I still ain't got used to it.
Grim for them, ending with shock probably this morning as this race was called for Donald Trump.
I was
Probably shock would be the word for many that were at the Howard University party, and then just breathe.
Yeah, it was shock to them because she said she wasn't going to speak. Was she beside herself? I still would have spoke. I'd have conjured something. You know what I mean?
I think also what we got to deal with, you're correct when you say the economy was weighed on a lot of the voters around the country. And a distorted view of the economy. Let's remember Donald Trump was an expert promoter, and he was able to get a lot of bits across the table that really were not true. But it was not well promoted on the other side. I think that we also
tell me what were the myths. Someone help me.
Have to deal with the issue of race and gender. There was a lot of gender bias in this. There was a lot of race bias in this. And I think that we thought a lot of voters were more progressive in those areas than they were. When you have the Dobbs decision, and you see this kind of vote anyway, with the person.
If Obama was voted for, and if Hillary won the popular vote, how is there gender bias and race bias? Americans have shown that they're willing to elect a black man, even though, yes, technically he's half and half, but if anybody can claim to be black, it's definitely him, okay? Kamala, everybody's been fighting over whether she is or isn't. At the least, she's mostly a brown Indian woman, brown Asian Indian woman, and she might have some African in her. But You don't run with that. I am part Irish, part Italian, okay, Scandinavian, Native American. I wouldn't run as a Native American. I've got Blackfoot blood and I've got Cherokee blood in me. But I'm not running as Native American. You know what I'm saying? So, Americans are not majority racist or majority misogynist, okay? They voted for who they wanted. They voted on policy, and they thought that would make their lives better in the next 40 years.
To that put the 3 justices on the Supreme Court, you have to ask yourself, are we fooling ourselves saying that Americans are further down the road toward dealing with gender bias and race bias than we thought? So I would say this though, Donald Trump, I couldn't. Here's the thing. You guys know in college, I definitely loved my psychology class. And I see a lot of people, when you are willing to be paid to spew a specific narrative, unchanging, even though you can tell in a lot of their rhetoric and things that they say that they're actually intelligent people. You know that there's got to be some form of sociopath tendencies, psychopath personality traits in them, to where they have no conscience about what they're doing. They don't care. They just want to get paid. F you, pay me. And I say whatever you want me to say. That's what they're doing. All time, he was self-destruct. The problem that I see is not Trump. The problem is that those that can be appealed to in this way, and how we got to bring this country.
The son looks like he's ready to say, rest in peace. Man, that is Undertaker height right there.
Together, and we cannot do it by being like January 6th outside. We're not being January 6th on outside. We will deal with this in a dignified way.
I'm looking at it. Is that Linda McMahon? Is that Linda McMahon? I'm looking at the dude in front of her in a navy blue suit and her listening to him. Brother, Rockhead, give me my goblin.
And try to put the pieces together. So we lost, but we lost a battle. The war's not over.
Well, Rev, let's talk about, you talked about gender and race. Let's talk about race. Donald.
She wearing black. Is she mourning today? Dun, 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 dun.
Trump fared very well with Hispanic voters, especially Hispanic men. The numbers are coming in, it's still a little early, but I think he did better with black men than was expected in the
A lot of black men woke up. How can a race vote majority, like 90%, like that, for all these years? Just blindly do that. Not looking at policy. Just that shows you most people are sheeple. Most people are sheeple. They just hear something, they take it in, they don't look into it. But when you start to really look into this stuff, black folk, look into Planned Parenthood, who started it, and why, what their objectives were. If you can still be behind abortion after that, you're behind something. And you can't say you're Christian. Absolutely. You have me dropping inside standing Christian. Lying, straddling Christians. Christians that hop across the line. Good day, bad tomorrow. Good day, bad tomorrow. There's plenty of people that just go to church once in a while. I'm Christian, my family Christian. They can't tell you nothing about their own doctrine.
What do you think pushed that, especially with the Hispanic voters going for Donald Trump as much as they did? Because that made a big difference.
I think that a lot of it was he was able to sell a lot of Hispanic voters that immigration was a threat to them. That some of the people coming home.
I can still get a bullseye at 500 yards.
My husband Chuck and I live on this ranch.
Hispanic voters that immigration was a threat to them. That some of the people coming across the border was
illegal immigration is a threat to everybody. Okay, you got to do things the right way. That's it. That's it. That's all he's saying. He talked about bringing people in the right way, but the illegal immigration causes a lot of issues. Come on now, stop.
To them. I think that we've got to be honest, among Hispanic men and black men, there's a lot of misogyny. And I think that we've got to...
Wow. Come on, man. Listen, I grew up around blacks and Hispanics my whole life. And I've been black my whole life. Not many that are misogynists. Okay? Trust me. Not too many. There's a section of us, just as there's a section in a lot of other cultures that are misogynists. But it ain't the majority of us. It ain't half of us. It's the minority.
To deal with the reality that he appealed to this whole false macho thing that some black men and so much the Latino men went for.
Stop, Sharpton. Stop.
Sit around this bed, buddy.
Stop, man.
Reality, and we got to deal with the situation as it is in our own communities.
Well, bedwetting gets you, political bedwetting gets you, exactly. Yes, you know, at some point, Democrats are going to have to confront some realities that they haven't wanted to confront in the past. They didn't want to confront the past issues on the border. It took them too long to confront that. We talked about the transgender inmate ad that ran 30,000 times that the Democrats refused to respond to, despite the fact it was Donald Trump's own policy, because I guess some people in the campaign, we talked about this before, thought it might be, maybe they were too woke to actually respond to a false ad, and maybe they were afraid that they'd be attacked by their own base. There are so many questions for the Democrats to answer, but one of them, the one that's...
I'm going to go on record and tell you, I am fine with a woman being president. As a matter of fact, with everything that I've seen so far, I think that Tulsi Gabbard is going to be the first female president. And I am 100% for it. She is a woman of color, and she is a woman that is a woman. Okay? She's for America and doing the right thing. Okay? Let's go, Tulsi. After Trump, we need Vivek, Tulsi, or JD. Got what I'm saying? Keep going.
And I just saw that's going to be staring them in the face for some time if they don't do something about it, is that 45% of Hispanics voted for Donald Trump. That is George W. Bush. George W. Bush got 44% of the vote in 2004. It's in shock.
You know, it gets me, and I just thought about this, but to say, there's something I've always thought about. A lot of minorities are very religious. Black people, Hispanics, very religious, okay? Both heavy into Christian denominations that have, Catholicism, the Hispanics. Hispanics are heavily Catholic, and blacks are heavily different. Baptist, Jehovah's Witness, they're different ones, but you literally are a Christian and you vote for a party that is for taking the lives of unborn children. Mind blown. Holy, like I could just, we're made in God's image, so He definitely must have given us some of his personality traits, something. He's definitely got a sense of humor, the way he's made us. Sometimes he probably got to be looking at us like, seriously? Like, I really...
This, also, if you look at this, if you look at younger voters, you look at all these different... We've all been talking about a new Republican Party. There needs to be a new Republican Party. This morning is about as bleak as any time for Democrats since the so-called 1984 San Francisco.
That's the dude that's in that clip, he slick talked his wife. In that clip, people was talking about that. I remember that.
The Democrats, it's time for the Democrats to take a good, long, hard look at how this happened, and they just say Trump bad, Democrats virtuous. They're going to keep losing because this, again, is so widespread.
That's true, sir. That's true.
Just Donald Trump. This is about the Democratic Party and being radically disconnected from the rest of the country. Look at the map.
Yeah, as we talk about how Donald Trump won, and we had a number up there.
She put her hand behind his back. She giving him a certain sign. She done for the program.
It's important to point out, Donald Trump did the same with black men as he did in 2020. So really look toward Latino men. When that number has gone way up for Donald in his favor. We're just talking about New Jersey, a state that Kamala Harris won by only 5 points. And Steve Kornacki was just breaking down how exactly it was that close. You go inside places like Hudson County, these are cities, heavy Latino populations, and they went for Donald Trump. And that's something that this
New Jersey is a woke state.
The Democratic Party really needs to take a long look at.
Man, oh man. So you hear that, folks? You are now misogynist and you are racist if you voted for Donald Trump, man. Okie dokie. Post comments down below. Let me know what you think.
It's basically a deficit. Labor, sexual issues. Economic sphere can be done. Breakthrough technologies, for example, with use of artificial intelligence.
I know you've been seeing all the news about the crazy stuff these celebrities are doing at those parties with the baby oil. The news is telling us.
Big supporter of former President Trump, introduced the former president at the RNC, very good, and spoke at his recent MSG rally as well. He is the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, Dana White. Dana, thank you very much for joining us. Haven't met you before, but I am a huge fan of the UFC, and I appreciate what you've added to the culture in that regard. Now, when you listen to Mark Cuban, you know economics as a businessman, but also in relating it to what you see and the people around you and what you're hearing. What do you believe his argument, how it lands with the voters, David?
Well, a lot of things that I've heard, since I've been on here. This election is about competency. It's about competency. We were talking about diming out your boss earlier. This isn't about your boss. This is a world leader. This is the guy. This is the leader of the free world we're talking about here. Trump has already proven he can build a strong economy. He can secure the borders. And he is somebody that allies and adversaries respect. Those are all very important things. She has never, what is she proving? What has she done over the last 4 years? And you cannot make the excuse that she was the vice president and she wasn't in charge of anything. I think that's ridiculous. She's the sitting vice president of the United States right now. She's proven nothing. She's done nothing. I think she's in over her head. She knows she's in over her head, and nobody who is intelligent, like Mark Cuban, Stephen A., or any of these other guys can tell me they truly believe that she is the better candidate.
I'm going to have Mark get in. I'm going to have Mark get in, but Dana, just clarify. Dana, clarify something, then I'll have Mark Cuban respond if he wants, which I'm sure he does. Dana, can you tell me of a vice president you've ever heard of who did something remarkable on their watch?
Not that they did anything. Let me tell you this. So, go ahead. Think about this. Right, leading up to the debate, you know, everybody was talking about that he's never been sharper. He's on top of his game. You know, I was just in a meeting with the other day. They do the debate ends, and they figure out he's unfit to run. Right? He's the sitting president of the United States. He's unfit to run. So now they slide her in, right? Nobody voted her there. Nobody voted Kamala Harris. If she went up against other Democrats, she would not be in the position she's in right now. Fact. Okay?
Well, it's not a fact.
They slide her in there.
Really?
How is that not a fact? Steve does vote left.
If she went up against other Democrats, she would not be in the position she's in right now. Fact. Okay?
Well, it's not a fact.
They slide her in there. Really? How'd she do last time? How did she do last time?
She was Biden's running mate. They got 95 million votes. The problem. Let me let Mark Cuban get in. Talk to your friend Dana.
Dana, love you. You're so wrong. Trump, inflation was up 25% over the Obama economy he inherited. Ask him about Yates, where he decided not to take action and allow 100,000 people to keep on dying in the 80s. Talk to him about his tariffs. What worked with his tariffs? He had 4 years to make tariffs work with China. China kicked his ass. China took him to court, right, because he didn't know how tariffs work, and it hurt the economy. The economy was rolling along, and it got so hit by the tariffs that his appointment to the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, had to come back in and cut interest rates 3 times. And then we get to the real point of reckoning, the pandemic. And what does he do? He says, if we don't test people, the virus is really happening. He holds back on resources, except for Vladimir Putin, to keep people from getting healthy. That is not an accomplished president, Dan. He has not done anything. What he got inherited.
And I think Mark Cuban, like, the things he said, that he's like, okay, the inflation was at 25%. Why was he talking about why were grocery prices affected?
Yeah, why wasn't you affected and he affected?
Why we're just saying that's what it was, but no one. This is the first time I really, like, in my memory, I've heard people talking about how bad prices were. They were not doing that in the time. Explain that. And then some people try to say, oh no, the economy actually is better right now. But then some people, when they say the breaths, will say, well, the economy doesn't matter. So then are you admitting that it definitely Trump's economy is better? I know, but if you say that, then you look, you don't need for a economy. Well, the economy doesn't really matter. What about the wars? The wars, they said almost have a war. Yeah, we're almost closer. Hand grenade, bullshit.
I got to jump in with both directions. Number one, the real wages, which is really the only economic barometer for the folks, was up 8.2% in the 4 years Trump was president. 8.2 across the board for working Americans. Fact. Under Biden-Harris, it is around 1%. No COVID pandemic. They have failed. Number two, inflation didn't start because Putin and the Arabs did anything. Inflation started, and I don't know whether you know this, Mr. Cuban, but Biden signed in his first week in office at least 20 executive orders making it harder for every fuel company to harvest their product, whether it be fracking or oil or anything. The fuel company said, holy you know what, we're going to get hosed because our prices to get the stuff out of the ground are quadrupling, so we're going to do it retail now. That's what ignited it. not Putin.
Yeah, I think the Democrats have promises.
Yeah, he's
I
like,
thought,
I think him as a
I
senator.
think him and Trump had a business deal, and Trump must have took land overseas. Somebody promised him.
I think he got the
personal thing, like, he don't like him. But I don't see how you can argue with Bill safe right now. That's what's pissing me off. But that's why I was like, yeah, the Democrats have to promise him something. He can give you autonomy and something, Mark.
The agreement. That brilliant vote in the room. Mark Cuban responded.
I know what it is. It's the medicine. Remember you trying to make the medicine? I didn't say that. It had to be the medicine. Remember you trying to make the medicine the low.
And then they're big in the medical field. I thought about that one day when I was just sitting. I was like, well, why is Mark doing this?
You don't remember making the medicine company?
Huh?
Yeah, I know that. So, but why was that?
Because they're huge on medicine.
Yeah, they Medicare and all that stuff. So if he's like in the middle man,
that's how he got rich.
No, he got rich off making the internet.
I need to be a minute to think about it.
No, yeah, I got like a couple weeks ago, bro. I still about this. Or he wants to,
I know that.
we don't know about that. But it's personal. Or he wants to be Caitlyn Jenner.
That was crazy.
Please get it clear. Bill, you're bloviating. Thank you very much. No, I kept it. I kept it. Cuomo understood it. I kept it. I just no big You're bloviating. The point is, yes, inflation. You think inflation just started when Joe Biden took office? That is. It was 1.4 when Trump left. Inflation was 1.4. I know. It just shows you don't know how inflation. You just don't. It shows you don't know what creates inflation. Yes, gas contributes to inflation. Why do you think Trump is so big on reducing energy costs? Because they contribute to inflation significantly. And beyond that, we produce more energy than we ever have. We produce more energy now than
part when they started to panic. Not in the beginning.
Billy, look it up. Do you know how to use Google?
Oh, wait. No, that's where I get my information on Google. I actually research government records. Whoa, what a concept. Come on, 1.4% when he leaves office, and it goes to more than 9 in a year. Let's bring Dana back into this. Stephen A.
Dana, good to see you, buddy. I know. Dana.
Fully transparent. I don't know any of these.
Dana White and I, and Mark Cuban and I, we're all buddies. I've known him both for years. Dana, I bet, yes, it is, a lot. Here's the deal, Dana, when you speak about Donald Trump, obviously there's a lot of people that look at him and they say, you know what, he did a lot for the economy. I remember that, you know what, he did exceed the deficit to about $35 trillion. What I would ask you, however, is this. Outside of the economy, what else has he done that you would deem positive in your eyes?
Well, border crossings are up over 300% since he left office. And that's not including people that are undetected. Mm-hmm. And you cannot deny that the world was a much safer place when Trump was in office. It's Do you realize that right now there are more armed conflicts right now than any time since World War II? It was a much safer place when Trump was here.
When we think about the only way I respond to that is this. You're talking about folks coming across the borders and obviously the dangers that it may cause in a lot of people's eyes. What about things that are happening domestically? What level of responsibility do you hand towards Trump in that regard?
Well, not only that, I mean, when you think about all the people that are crossing the border illegally, I mean, this is just common sense. What about all the people that are here that did it the right way and were trying to get in legally that are being jumped over and being handed money and a place to live, a telephone, credit card, all the things that are going on? There are real Americans here that are going through hard times. That money should be going toward them. And there's nothing wrong with people coming to America. That's what this country was built on. But you have to come the right way. You have to come legally.
Thank you.
I got one more stat I want to throw out there. I said that real wages were up 8.2% under Trump.
But there is an asterisk next to that. Because for Stephen A, they're up 875,000%. And ESPN will go bankrupt if he leaves. Don't hate him for his success. That's right. Don't hate him for his success or because he's pretty. All right, we're going to take a break. Dana White.
That should have irritated me. Dana White, no Franks right there, bro. That's great. He said, well, what else? He said, the border and war. It's a lot. He gave you two big ones. It'd have been different. You know, somebody else in that same, like, asking me from all the question, what if you done with it? What is it? What they said? As any other vice president. Hey, from a non-biased perspective right there, Dana clearly won that argument. He had points. And then Mark came with all this shit, and they debunked it. Yeah, and even the dude who's the moderator who seemed to maybe lead left didn't say nothing whenever the dude in the middle debunked what Mark said. O'Reilly got the facts. You know, he was a reporter on Fox for him. He was in the game. I don't see that. I don't know. O'Reilly got no reason a lot at all. So Little Nation is on the internet. I have no idea. I don't know. And we got to give it down to Marco to two people, all right, for this win. Chris Pavlovsky from Mumble and Elon Musk. All right? And the reason for that, guys, is because Elon Musk facilitated freedom of speech on Twitter, which used to be super woke, super leftist. You say anything that's conservative or pro-right-wing, you would get censored. Matter of fact, when he took over, he acknowledged that Twitter was censoring right-wing commentators way more than left-wingers, right? Then on the YouTube side, we all know that YouTube is unfavorable to conservative creators over left-wing creators. They're censored far more. Every single big right-wing creator, guys, is censored to some degree on YouTube, whether it's Creditor being demonetized, Bongino being banned, us getting demonetized, Fuentes getting kicked off, what's it called? Really, the only people that Matt Walsh got demonetized at some point. Like, everyone has dealt with some form of censorship, right? On the right, almost everybody, right? Now, obviously, the left gets censored too, but not to the same degree as us on this side, right? Doesn't even come close. And on Twitch, we don't even exist. I can't think of any big right-wing creators that are on Twitch. They're all banned, right? So, Twitter and Rumble have been some of the leading chargers in giving conservatives a voice in a left-wing dominated tech and social media world. With the video sharing, it was Rumble. With the written communication and news, it was Twitter. And with these two platforms, it was a nice 1-2 punch to allow conservatives to finally have a fucking voice in the arena of ideas and be able to counter a lot of the mainstream narratives, a lot of the lies, a lot of the propaganda that was used to demonize Trump, right? Is Trump perfect? Fuck no. Not at all. I've told you guys my gripes with him. Whether it's the shilling for Israel, Iran war, you know what I mean? Not being as tough on immigration in some respects, right? Getting away from his more controversial rhetoric, right? The things that made people support him in the beginning. So, Elon Musk and Chris Pavlovsky absolutely are an integral part of Trump being able to come in and win. Because creators that are conservative, that support the right, were able to fucking have a voice again. That is so fucking important, guys. You guys are looking right now, and you're seeing most of the big right-wing streams were on Rumble. PBD was the only one that was on Rumble. He was on YouTube. But Crowder, Bongino, etc., the biggest conservative creators were all on Rumble. Charlie Kirk, etc. All on Rumble. Twitter is overwhelmingly conservative now. So this allowed people to get out. So number one, hear another perspective. Number two, be able to make their own decision and then get out there and fucking vote. Because people turned out and voted in this fucking election like never before. Because people understood the fucking consequences. They're tired of the politically correct nature. They're tired of the censorship. They're tired of the fucking bullshit from the left that are trying to police tone and police
what we think and how we want to view society, etc. They're fucking tired of it. And on top of that, they saw all the bullshit that Trump went through. He got almost assassinated in Butler, Pennsylvania. Then he almost got killed again in Florida, down in West Palm Beach County, right? Uriah Moore and Matthew Cooks, two would-be assassins. He's been indicted in four different jurisdictions, 2 federal, 2 state. They let a witch hunt against him in the state of New York. Alvin Bragg campaigning on it with the falsified business records felony, which is bullshit that no one ever gets charged for. Fannie Willis wanted to go ahead and make a name for herself, charges him and Giuliani and a bunch of other people in the Trump administration with RICO charges. Jack Smith going crazy, going after him for the documents case, right? The classified documents case, Mar-a-Lago, and then also going after him for the insurrection on January 6th. After the insurrection on January 6th, Trump told the people during the insurrection, hey, protest peacefully. Twitter banned them, Facebook banned them, all the platforms banned them after January 6th. Now they're coming around. Every single obstacle was put in Trump's place to keep him from winning. They tried to kill him, they tried to put him in jail, they tried to censor him on all the platforms. Whether it be Google, Facebook, YouTube, etc. When he went and did his interview at NELF, they took that interview down and banned it because he talked about election interference. I didn't forget none of this shit, man. I don't remember bitches, but I remember what they fucking did to Trump, and I remember everything that went down prior to this. I remember the Republican Party not wanting him to win the nomination. I remember them not wanting him to be president of the United States. I remember them saying this guy will never be president of the United States and doing everything in their fucking power to stop him. Then when he got in, I remember how he had to get rid of so many people in the administration that weren't loyal to him. That's why Project 2025 was created in the first place. Was to combat the amount of people that were disloyal and didn't let him get shit done in his first term. The first 2 years of Trump's presidency, he could barely get anything done. Right? So this fucking landslide that you guys are seeing right now, right? This landslide right here, which I'll show you guys, looks like it's what, 285 or some shit? To 220 or like that right now at this point. This landslide was an outward manifestation of everybody's frustration with the woke left that has taken over America. You will continue to censor us, you will continue to deplatform us, you will try to cripple us financially, you will come after us with lawfare, you will do everything in your power to try to destroy us and silence us, but you can't do it to everybody. And this election turnout proves that Americans are fucking fed up, man. We are fed up with the censorship. We are fed up with the political correctness. We are fed up with having to be nice and say things in a certain way. I'm tired of it, man. We're fucking tired of it. A lot of American people saw Trump and themselves, and that's why they fucking went out to the polls and voted. And then the fact that we had platforms like Rumble and Twitter that allowed us to amplify our voices and reach the fucking people and let them know how important this election was huge. Bongino and Crowder had damn near 500,000 fucking people watching it today. More than all the mainstream media platforms. Alternative media is winning. The right is winning. They've suppressed us, they've censored us, they've tried to destroy us, but they can't fucking win. And Rumble and Twitter are leading the fucking fight now. So, I want to give a big fucking shout out to Chris Pavlovsky and Elon Musk, who have allowed for the speech and the voices of conservative creators to be amplified on their platforms versus all these pro-censorship fucking platforms, which have been forced now to move more censor because of platforms like Twitter and Rumble that have pretty much shown that people don't want fucking censorship anymore. So, yeah, man. Fucking great. Big day. Huge. Big middle finger to the establishment. Big middle finger to censorship. So guys, quick word from our sponsor real fast. You know we don't mess around when it comes to leveling up, and that goes for your coffee too. If you're still drinking that surgery shit, you're already starting your morning off wrong. 1775 Coffee's protein creamer is what real men use to start their day. 10 grams of whey protein per serving, designed to build muscle and boost vitality.
You know, I can't do it on command on my own. I want to do it with the angel and right behind me. Tells me to do it to show people. God told me to do it a few times to Tucker Carlson. So I called him the most extraordinary person he's ever met. It's not me. Last night, we were predicting when Trump would give his victory speech long before they said he won. And I said, 127. And I just saw the number 127 was told to say 127. And I literally sat there and went, oh, say that? Okay, said it. It's never won. And I've told you a lot about that on air. I'll say, get up. I'll leave my cell phone in the bathroom. I'll turn it on. I'll have a clock in my bedroom. So does that little travel alarm clock. That's in the drawer, so you gotta turn that on. But that'll say, okay, I don't want you to look at the clock in the drawer. You want it to be digital, atomic. Get up, walk to the bathroom, hurry up, turn it on. It's gonna be 4 a.m. 4 a.m., okay? Now start counting down 14 seconds, and it'll be 4:01. I know, God, I know you're there. It's exactly 1 second, okay. But this last night, I do this all the time. When you see it on air, I had that time to come out to the second, so to speak. And I just saw 127. I wasn't sure if it was Central or Eastern. It was Eastern. If we take that Eastern. So my point is that's how powerful God is. People make fun of it calls from a demon attack. I told you that about that a long time ago. That's when he really woke up and knew God was real. I told you my story. It only happened once. And it happened. Because the metaphysics is real. It's just stuff we can't see. You know, you can't see cell phone radiation. You can't see cyanide gas. It's there. It's like what's out. So they can stick a wire into your optic nerve in your eyes, a little chip, and you can see the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Simple surgery. They were doing it 50 years ago. And people see all of it. They go, whoa, I didn't know you could see this. When your brain tunes it out. It's too much. So we have governors. And I just thought I'd start the broadcast with that today. I'll play the clip. It's not about me. Because I'm just a channel when it comes to it. Like my mother's grandmother, who was not reading books or anything, but pretty much the most famous who we established psychic for quite a while. Presidents came to visit her in Dallas. She's a channeler. And I wasn't even told about that until I think she died when I was about 8 years old. Very nice lady. But great oil pig too. She likes to drink Jack Daniels. But
yo, Hank Hill, if you have to refer to your work as a big boy work, you're probably still a child. Well, you're probably new to YouTube. It's called Clickbait. And I just clickbaited you to watch this stream. It's called Clickbait. What I say? Subscribe. What I say? He said if you have to work, if you refer to your work as big boy work, you're probably still a child. Well, this cunt doesn't know that this is called a clickbait. You cunt. He said this is a big boy work. It's not. It's called clickbait. Our real work is YouTube. Subscribe, boy.
A lot to talk about today. While everybody's celebrating, the enemy's about to strike back. Want to really meet him? This will be a day long remembered. It is Wednesday, November 6th, 2024.
Might as well stream this because we're gonna drive anyway.
Hours ago, from Mar-a-Lago, Florida.
Subscribe.
President of the United States, after braving
Этот человек был пидор, нахуй.
unprecedented attacks, was
Лох, он не знает, что.
his family as well to his very life, backed by American people who are reawakening, humbly to the stage. Now, the real work is to begin. My inbox, my phone, everything's full of leftist throwing fits and super entertaining stuff, and I'm sorry. If you tuned in here today to make fun of the mind-controlled victims of the New World Order, you found the wrong show. And believe me, I like doing it just as much as you do, probably more.
When do I get out?
I'm I'm going to explain something right now, and I know we have millions and millions and millions of new listeners right now and new viewers who are actually saying, well, we better go actually see what this guy's all about. And I just want you to know what I'm really all about. Civilization, security, freedom, justice, opposition, and it's a great activist listeners. I know most of you don't even tell this, but for some people, I want to communicate to everybody. And it's just this. When we won the election, despite massive election fraud 8 years ago, today, because announcement the victories were on the 6th, not the 5th. When that happened, Roger Stone is very smart and did predict Trump would win last night. Said it'd probably be announced in the early morning hours. He said it Sunday, so Roger nailed it. I mean, I really can't remember when he was wrong. He said to me privately, Trump's news 4 years ago, I go, what do you mean? He goes, well, he's going to have a narrow victory in the store. He doesn't really, he tells you the truth on air, but it's political consumption, so he holds back bad news. But, you know, privately, he's the best there is. That's why they want him president. And he told me a month ago on the phone, he said, don't tell anybody this, he'll tell you now. He said, no, he's won about 10, 15 points. And Roger looks at all the polls, internal stuff, the big data systems that corporations have that are much more accurate. But we knew we had to have about 10% extra to override the fraud, and we had it. But something else big happened. There were the RNC under Trump's control did an excellent job compared to the 0% job that got done 4 years ago when they stole it. And so all over the country, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, the trucks arrived at 1 in the morning, all places on TV, the news was all waiting. Independent media was there, Veteran Project, different projects like O'Keefe Media Group were all there. Crowder people were there, those key states. And when the big trucks pulled in with the ballots, the police, everybody was staring at them. They couldn't do the steal. That's kind of like if you have a canary and you got a cat. The canary's in a high cage, and the cat doesn't try to get to the canary when you're home. Go to church or whatever, come back. Somehow the cat climbed all the way up on top of the drapes and then jumped 15 feet out in the middle of the room and knocked the bird cage down. And the canary didn't get eaten, but it's up in the rafter. That actually happened about 5 years ago. My daughter's convinced me. Can you get 2 canaries? And I said, we've got 2 cats. And I said, they'll go after me. And because I knew that, because I wanted to carry when I was a kid. My mom had a cat, and my dad had that big cage, 6 feet up, and the cat still found a way in a big room to get somewhere and get on top of it. Sure enough, you know, the canaries were there for about a week, and then one of the cats, I'm not sure which one, got up on the 20-foot tall ceiling in the living room and got up the huge grapes, obviously climbed them, and then jumped at least 20 feet out the room and knocked it off. And then the birds got out. They were up there. That was a fiasco getting them back down, and then they both got stressed. But up to golf, the point is, it's same thing. The cat couldn't get the canaries last night because everybody was watching.
Pack it up, Joe. I'm coming home. There's that advertisement on Trump's face. With Donald Trump dancing.
So that's what happened. And it shows when we're motivated, when people take action, and people aren't naive, and if there's fraud, and don't let them gaslight you, then evil's done. Thomas Jefferson was asked, why does evil seem to take over most countries over and over in history? And he said, because good men and women do nothing. All that evil men and tyrants seem to flourish is good men do nothing. And that's really the moral of this whole broadcast. We've been brought up to be spectators. We're set in front of a TV in our diapers. And your brain gets trained to think everything's just entertainment. I mean, 50 years ago, 30 years ago, there was a car wreck or something, everybody pulled over to help. Now those cars are driving by. You see China, it's even worse. We'll be dying in the street for days, no one helps them. And the more totalitarian a country is, the less people help you. And what kind of world is that? Where nobody renders aid, because then nobody's going to care about you when you're being screwed over or you're hurt. And that's our big problem. And I go back to this a lot before I lay out the big news here. Is that as populists, as people that just don't want World War III, Christians, capitalists, common sense people, folks that aren't suicidal, that's basically who we are, just like to not blow the planet up and be given poison shots, self-replicating nanotech, we're the bad guys. We don't want some fat pedophile to teach our 5-year-old that they're really other sex. I mean, we just don't want fentanyl killing hundreds of thousands of people a day, and giant human kidnapping of children, and weird, crazy, creepazoid leaders. I mean, just please. Who have an appetite to do horrible things because it's evil. And I've been around some people before when they finally unplug and they go, I'd like to do bad things. Well, I just want to get away from you. And if you won't get away from me, and you try to hurt me, I'm going to hurt you. And I'll do it with information and with legal issues. And then if it gets physical, I mean, I'll kill you. I will kill you. Just like that. I'll break your neck so fast, bash your brains out so quick, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. And it's not because I'm a mean person, it's my head screwed on straight. See, I haven't had my human instincts God gave me bred out of me yet. I'm like my ancestors, and so are you. But you really need to reawaken who you are and stop letting people push you around, because it's not work to fight tyranny. It's what you're designed to do, just like getting a Stairmaster or lifting some weights or stretching or Pilates or yoga. At first you're not doing it a lot, it feels terrible. Later you get addicted because it's good. breathe. I want to be on a respirator. It's so hard to breathe. It's a luxury to be paralyzed. No, it's not. But that's an extreme example of what we're becoming on one end. So the moral is the existential danger, the red flashing lights, the just out of control megalomania of the establishment finally got a majority of people through self-preservation itself to say whoa and break with the trance. Because they were always making the propaganda more ridiculous, more insane. There are no XY chromosomes. 2 men can have a baby. They know that's ridiculous. They're not crazy. They're trying to break your will in a cult to tell you not to ask questions and to believe whatever they say, which the New York Times says, don't ask questions. Kids' school books say, don't ask questions. Believe what you're told. That's the opposite of science. They say science is not asking questions. Science is asking questions. It's literally the definition of it. So, it has to be this incredible wall of lies, because what they're going to do goes against logic, common sense, and self-preservation, so they need to make it bizarro world and have a bunch of weak people that are domesticated who'll go along with it, who'll then try to bully you to go along with it, and they tell the slaves, oh, things will get better for you when you make those other people comply. That's when we get to the promised land. No, you don't go to the promised land by complying with King Charles and Crosswalk Bill Gates. You get to hell. And when you're for Kamala Harris, and when you're for Tim Walz, you are literally for the global New World Order that on record says, quote, the future isn't human. And Elon Musk takes out the head of Google, and they tell him, we're sick of you defending humanity. Humans are bad. Why should we even have humans? The future isn't human. And he names names. Sergey Brin, Larry Page. And I've been around those type of people. I mean, right up at their level, at the top. I haven't met them, and I've met the other big names. Been invited to big meetings, I'll leave it at that. In places with 100-foot ceilings, marble ceilings, black marble ceilings, and they just look at you like a damn bug. And when you act like a bug, you are a bug. Well, I'm here to tell you, I didn't come from bugs. I don't want to be treated like a bug. And to get out of this, I got to get you to wake up. So when I try to get you to wake up and be free, that... oh, things will get better for you when you make those other people comply. That's when we get the promise.
In 2 miles, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 138A for I-440 East toward LR National Airport, LR Riverport.
The bet still out there? Actually, I started thinking about it. The thing about his prediction came true last Sunday. After finishing up Roger. It was just euphoric at, 3 a.m. we got off the air.
There's a lane closure ahead.
We're sitting around having a drink in the conference room at about 6:30, and his Uber was coming. And he was smoking a cigar, I was smoking a cigar. We were having martinis. And we both like martinis. Dirty martinis. And he said, man, you're really down. I know you're tired. I said, no, Roger. I said, they're coming after all of us.
In half a mile, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 138A for I-440 East toward LR National Airport, LR Riverport.
Accelerate their plan, and they're going to put us in prisoner killing. He said, no, Trump will clear that out. This is going to be great. I've been in other transitions, Reagan and others. We're going to do it. And I said,
use the right 2 lanes to take exit 138A.
And I said, sir, you better have people vetting who's around you, because they'll lie to you. They're going to sabotage.
Continue for 10 miles.
And you're being spied on. And I said, already I see these people being listed. And then other stuff started happening. So Trump would call me, or have his people call me and say, who's this person? Who's that person? And I started telling him, well, this person's bad. This person, I don't know. This person's good. And it wasn't that I was smart. No one else that was good wanted to tell Trump, because there were more bad people. They would gang up on the good people and kick them out. So the good guys would hide in their offices. And they still got kicked out. Flynn didn't hide in his office. Bannon didn't hide in his office, so you saw what happened to them. That was it. Bannon and Flynn. So now, everything is who Trump gets in. But that's still the next step in 76 days. Or you say 75, 74. Until January 21st. So that's the next step. The current one, after securing the victory as president-elect, is they will, capital W, ILL, try to kill Trump again. And again, this is not some movie or entertainment show or John Wick, all that stuff. This is not fantasy. This is the real world. So, I told you the week before they tried to kill Trump in Butler, I said it's imminent. Because they were deflected, nothing was working, everything was backfiring, the conventions were backfiring. They had the internal polls. They knew a landslide was coming. They knew that Trump had the poll watchers and the lawyers everywhere, and that they weren't going to be able to get away with massive steal on the day. So they pre-baked it in, but the landslide was so big that it overrode it, like I told you. So we can change the future right now. Trump needs to rest. He needs to take a breath. He needs to get the right people in, and he needs the aircraft with the anti-missile flares, and he needs to now limit the speeches. Damn it. He's going to do just as good doing more podcasts than the rallies and sticking his neck out there. But whatever, he did it. And we need to pray for Trump, because this is the real deal. Now, they're going to attack from all sides. And I want to walk through some of the different things that are going to happen. But I think you figured out that I know what I'm talking about, but I've had to open the calls. The listeners all bring up better points than I do. We all get it, this audience of activists. The question is, how are we, with this giant audience we have right now, going to properly make sure that this information gets out to the public? And I'm talking about the majority of America that supports Trump and supports common sense and supports not being suicidal as a civilization. So I'm going to go through incredible clips, analysis, all of it. Owen Schroyer's coming in to go over the latest numbers in the House and Senate. It's still ongoing. But Trump, right now, it looks like it's going to have a trifecta, but I've seen past elections where Republicans are ahead in the House and then we're not watching and they steal the last few. And then the FBI indicts some more of the Republicans in the House, so they go to jail. I mean, it's important, and that we watch all that. And then there's another big facet, and I really ought to create a list, a bullet point for everybody, because I know you all get this, but we kind of think I hang on the refrigerator door. When you call and talk radio, or call Congress, or talk to your friends, or put it on X, or wherever, and we really get this out there in the information war, and that's how we affect the future. We have the power, we use it. We're taking our country back. We have to keep him alive. He's got to get the right people in the government. And then all at the same time, we need to be unifying and magnanimous to the victims of the brainwash. Zombies of the MSM cult. Some of them are pure evil, but most of them are just delusional, think they're the good guys, think they're a winning team, think they're intellectual, think they're smart. They're not street smart for sure. We've got to be nice to them and let them know that they've been in a cult. They've been brainwashed. And everything's a cult. Everything's a tribe. They can join the classic Americana. Everybody around the world saw it. Wasn't perfect. Boy, it was the best house in that neighborhood. Come on back to America. Come on. Now, that said, we have to, because justice demands it, not out of vengeance, and because the globals continue to hurt innocent people. If we don't, it's like having cancer and only cutting part of it out. The globalist leadership and the people that executed the operations, like Brennan and Clapper and Comey, need to be given a fair trial and penalties. And that corrupt, arrogant political class that's done so much against us needs to be taught a lesson. That you can't act like this, and you can't terrorize people, and you can't stage terror attacks, you can't spy on presidents, and you can't leak lies, and you can't start World War III, and you can't smuggle kidnap. I mean, I want Mayorkas under the prison. I mean, that's Lex Luthor for real. And his actions are evil. You just look at it, I mean, my skin crawls. That is a bad man. I mean, whoo, that is evil. That man shines. Yeah. That's an
In 2 miles, use the right lane to take exit 11 for I-40 east toward Memphis.
And so's Hillary. So's Alexander Soros. The father's a reanimated corpse. So they have to be dealt with. I mean, we just can't let them assault us. And yeah, I'm the one to say it. Other people aren't, so they'll come after me more. That's fine. That's why I'm here. I'm just an instrument that God's using, a vessel, an impure vessel, imperfect. But I'm not a coward. And I will execute my mission to the best of my ability, faithfully, until the end.
So that's what we have to do. And we have won the greatest battle in the history of the globalists, the last really 100 years, this current configuration of corruption. The corporatized British Empire merged America empire. That's what the globalists are. And they hate us. This is the greatest defeat by...
In a half mile, use the right lane to take exit 11 for I-40 east toward Memphis.
I mean, early on, Trump just had the idea of taking on the New World Order. And that was some people in his camp. And that was kind of like the flavor, there was some of that. Now it's 100%.
Use the right lane to take exit 11, then slide right onto the I-40 east ramp.
Has been a death blow to their system. Not even grievance. They're bleeding out. Yeah. They'll never...
Slide right onto the I-40 east ramp.
For a while. But it'll never... They'll never come back.
Continue on I-40 east for 121 miles.
It's the political time it'll take for the carotids to spray out the blood. I mean, they'll be dead in 30 seconds. And in political time, a couple of years maximum, unless they blow us all up and overturn the chessboard. So they're on the ground bleeding out. And I would just advise everybody that's still on their back, you know, your little satanic mommy, you ride around the back of it, I'd get off. Because the maggots are going to consume that really quick. And if you're down to a corpse, you're going to get eaten. I'm telling the New World Order right now, you need to surrender. You know what's best for you. Be right back. I respectfully ask you to pay attention to what I'm about to say, because it is critical in three important ways. It will keep my broadcast on the air. It will give you the highest quality, amazing CBD. It's so good for your lower body, inflammation, joints, you name it. And you're getting the best deals you're going to find anywhere. I've been promoting and selling CBD for more than 20 years. Everybody knows how amazing it is. But not all CBD is equal. This is a high-quality, made in Texas, very strong CBD, 1,000 milligram tincture that is been put in nanoparticles, so it's 8 to 9 times stronger than regular CBD that already gives you great effects. On top of that, we private label it from the top company that sells it to a bunch of other companies that sell them for between $140, $90, and $76. This is the lowest price you're going to find CBD of this quality anywhere in the market. The industry just massively marks it up. There's still some good margin in here for our sponsor to support their operation and support us, and that savings is passed on to you. If you want to get great CBD and keep the broadcast on there, visit JonesCBD.com. JonesCBD.com. Let me tell you the use of these products. Ultra Green, because it's amazing. And Green Wave. You want to get both of these, and it supports the broadcast. You will not be disappointed. Particularly if you're already into CBD, and you take this that costs a third or half of this, and you get a great response. I know you're going to love it. What I'm looking for is to keep coming. Thanks for your support. Still out there, even if it comes to fighting a tyranny, a total 360 win. Visit JonesCBD.com today. All right, 74 days. Coming on great today. 75. Yes, this is the greatest battle in history of fighting against globalists. Really and long. Your neighbor's yard. So that's what has to be done. And we got a lot of issues to deal with, a lot of things to stabilize, and Trump's being handed a complete disaster zone, as you know. We gotta let the globalists know that you release another virus, you know you did it.
Subscribe to the channel, guys.
Absolutely fight for our very existence. And yeah, we made it past this level. But I saw a lot of people in 2016 when I told you the war had just begun. has not just begun now. In the last 9 years, the globalists have been drawn out. The whole world's turning against them. Populists are being elected everywhere. The war is about 80% won right now. That doesn't mean there's some bed of roses and cupcakes on the other side. There's some utopia. We just won't have a global strategic power elite array. There's always going to be power elites that is literally anti-human, anti-prosperity, eugenics, death cult. But hey, I'll take it. So you saw people get up off their derrieres and go out and be watching, and as Owen said, it's now completely clear, it's proven, they pre-packed the election fraud early instead of having early, middle, and after. Last time, everybody was watching when the trucks arrived in the battleground states at 1 a.m. And all the media was there, and all the independent media was there, and they just said, it's over. That's why they kept holding off. But when the cavalry came, well, sorry, everybody's watching this stuff. So, this is a great exercise in victory. It is a blueprint for the future. And I will just say this right now. On the scale of effectiveness of this broadcast and the listeners spreading word and the amount of listeners we had, no exaggeration. I can't even count it all up on X alone, but on the radio stations here, everywhere. Just the clips we put out yesterday had, on our channel alone, over 60 million. I saw a bunch of other copies of it everywhere. I'm not looking for it. I saw another 200 million this morning on other people's channels. I mean, 20 million, 12 million, 18 million, 16 million, 22 million, 21 million. It's just, I can't even keep up with it. That is a hole-in-one, grand slam, royal flush victory for the listeners elated. We've all been instrumental in this victory. Okay. On the scale of funding, we did a F- yesterday, and I know what's going to happen if InfoWars gets shut down next week, and it's up for sale. Good chance we'll be shut down by the 14th, sells 13th. The bad guys get it. They said they're shutting it down when the wire clears. And they're saying they've already pre-done it where it's ready and approved. So they want us instantly off. Everybody's going to go crazy when we get shut down. Oh my God, we didn't know it was real because we've survived so much. It creates a cry wolf thing, but we're not crying wolf. All the shutdowns, the attempts were in the news. They admitted we just survived it by the grace of God and your support. So it's like Muhammad Ali's now in the 12th round, and he's been knocked down. He's knocked down the other guy a few times, and we're exhausted and bleeding. And you're like, well, he'll be fine. No, we haven't won the fight yet. So, and there's nothing more frustrating. And I'm not complaining. I just, if this is what God's saying, that's fine. If I don't get because that makes me free. Comprende? So, the big takeaway is people started to get up off their ass some, and you see instant victory. Now, obviously, the real work is now beginning. Going back to Roger Stone, I got like Russ talking about him calling the election, started thinking about it, and thinking about his prediction came true last Sunday. But finishing up, Roger was just euphoric. 3 a.m. we got off the air. We took an Uber at like 7 and went to the airport. We didn't sleep. We were sitting around having a drink in the conference room at about 6:30, and his Uber was coming. And he was smoking a cigar, I was smoking a cigar. We were having martinis. And we both like martinis. Dirty martinis. And he said, man, you're really down. I know you're tired. I said, no, Roger. I said, they're coming after all of us now. We just got the beachhead. And if Trump doesn't understand that the people around him are going to lie to him.
Subscribe to the channel, guys. Subscribe to the channel. I'm going to soon drive. I'm just taking a quick break.
They're going to accelerate their plan, and they're going to put us in prisoner kills. He said, no, Trump will we'll clear that out. This is going to be
4
great.
hours
I've
so
been
far.
another transition
We
from
gotta
Reagan
switch
and
now.
Britain. We're gonna do it. And I said, I don't think so. So Trump calls me the next day, and I said, sir, you better have people vetting who's around you, because a lot of you, they're going to sabotage you, they're going to come after you, and you're being spied on. And I said, already I see these people being listed, and then other stuff started happening. So Trump would call me or have his people call me and say, who's this person, who's that person? And I started telling them, this person's bad, this person, I don't know, this person's good. And it wasn't that I was so smart, but no one else that was good wanted to tell Trump, because there were more bad people, and they would gang up on the good people and kick them out. So the good guys would hide in their offices, and they still got kicked out. Flynn didn't hide his office, Bannon didn't hide his office, so you saw what happened to them. That was it. Bannon and Flynn. So now, everything is who Trump gets in, but that's still the next step in 76 days. You can say 75, 74. Until January 20th, 21st. So, that's the next step. The current one, after securing the victory as president-elect, is they will ILL try to kill Trump again. And again, this is not some movie or entertainment show or John Wick, all that stuff. This is not fantasy. This is the real world. So, I told you the week before they tried to kill Trump in Butler, I said it's imminent. Because they were at the point that nothing was working, everything was backfiring, the convictions were backfiring. They had the internal polls, they knew a landslide was coming. They knew that Trump had the poll watchers and the lawyers everywhere, and that they weren't going to be able to get away with massive steal on the day. So they pre-baked it in, but the landslide was so big that it overrode it, like I told you. So, we can change the future right now. Trump needs to rest. He needs to take a breath. He needs to get the right people in. And he needs the aircraft with the anti-missile flares. And he needs to now limit the speeches. Damn it. He's going to do just as good doing more podcasts than the rallies and sticking his neck out there. Whatever, he did it. And we need to pray for Trump, because this is the real deal. Now, they're going to attack from all sides. And I want to walk through some of the different things that are going to happen. But I think you figured out what I'm talking about. But I'd open the calls up. The listeners all bring up a better points than I do. We all get it, this audience of activists. The question is, how are we, with this giant audience we have right now, going to properly make sure that this information gets out to the public? And I'm talking about the majority of America that supports Trump and supports common sense and supports not being suicidal as a civilization. So I'm going to go through incredible clips, analysis, all of it. Owen Schroeder's coming in to go over the latest numbers from the House and Senate. It's still ongoing. But Trump, right now, it looks like he's going to have a trifecta, but I've seen past elections where Republicans are ahead in the House, and then we're not watching, and they steal the last few. And then the FBI indicts some more of the Republicans in the House, so they go to jail. I mean, it's important. And that we watch all that. And then there's another big facet, and I really want to create a list, a bullet point for everybody, because I know you all get this, but you kind of need to take a hang on the refrigerator door. When you call the top radio, or call Congress, or talk to friends, or put it on X, or wherever, and we really get this out there, the information more, and that's how we affect the future. We have the power, we use it. We're taking our country back. But we got to keep them alive. We got to get the right people in the government. And then all at the same time, we need to be unifying and magnanimous to the victims, the brainwashed zombies of the MSN culture. Some of them are curious, but most of them are delusional, think they're the good guys, think they're a winning team, think they're intellectual, think they're smart. They're not street smart for sure. We've got to be nice with them and let them know that they've been a cult. They've been right. And everything's good. They keep joining classic marijuana around the world spot. And the perfect goal is the best class in that neighborhood. Come on back to America. Come on. Now, that said, we have to, because justice demands it, not the vendors. And because the globalists continue to hurt innocent people. If we don't, it's like having cancer and cutting part of it out. The globalist leadership and the people that executed the operations, like Brennan, Clapper, and Coney, need to be given fair trials. And let every political class that's so much against us needs to be taught a lesson that you can't act like this, and you can't terrorize people, and you can't take terror attacks, you can't spy on presidents, you can't leak lies, you can't start World War III, and you can't smuggle canary. I mean, I want Mayorkas under the prison. I mean, that's much simpler. And that's his actions are evil. You look at it, and they might be skin bone. That is a bad man. Woo! That is evil. That man is bad. That's an enemy. That's a walking demon. And so's Hillary. So's Alexander.
Okay, Garmin. Take me to Effingham, Illinois.
we're done. I can tell you exactly what I want to hear because I've given this some thought. Do people not get it? The world is watching.
Have you decided who you're going to vote for?
I think I have, but I'll never tell.
Can you Gaga, can you carry, how to follow your flower, how to feed your printing, all these things. The Nero, you don't have enough number of famous faces.
2 elections for, but statesmanship has been redefined. Things have gone decidedly less traditional, and I think that not for the better, to tell you the truth, in my opinion. I much preferred the more traditional type of the issues were discussed. There was a degree of decorum, and I hate to see it head into the gutter the way it has.
Yeah, it's very interesting you say that, because I've always been struck by the civility that you've always brought to your broadcasting. Always. And you're like that in private as you are in public. And it seems to me that the level of discourse, not just in America, we've seen the same thing in the UK, is very tribal, very toxic, and completely lacking in the kind of civility that we would both like to see more of.
Well, I think you learn more because when you get into so much of the hyperbole and the name calling and the analogies and the rhetoric takes over, that's at the expense of the issues. And people have always said politics are local. I disagree. I think politics are personal. Maybe people don't want to say that because it seems like they're greedy or they're just egotistical and they care only about how it impacts them. But at some point, at some level, whether people like to admit it or not, that there is that moment where they say, how does this impact me and my family? How does this impact the ability for me to provide for my family, to be safe and secure in my home? How does this impact all of that? And I think to do that, you have to really understand what some of the core issues are. And when you get into all of this character assassination and people talk about, Trump calling people names and things like that, but if you look at what's come back from the other side in this election, it's been very much the same, and I don't think that advances the ball at all. When I sat down and interviewed Trump for the first time, if you saw any of that, I said, when he was talking about revenge, saw that I talked to him and said, how does it
Alright guys, so everybody is ditching their car insurance and they're doing this instead. The reason why you're likely overpaying for car insurance is because the majority of what you pay every single month goes to...
Charles, I want to compare notes.
Okay.
On free will.
Oh, one of my favorite things.
Isn't it? That's the physicist in
That's the physicist in you speaking. So if you take it to its logical conclusion, then there is no free will because everything is predetermined by things that...
Everything has an antecedent.
Whether you know it or not, something is causing it to happen.
Something precipitated the thing that caused the thing that made
it's
that
always going to happen. But there is also stochastic uncertainty in the universe. It's built in. There's randomness, there's unpredictability. Chaos. Yeah, and so you have to ask, I think, if you're a physicist, what level of chaos actually affects you to the extent that you could actually make an instantaneous decision based on other stuff that's not necessarily
in your past experiences or what you have just seen in your current environment. Right?
But within all those past experiences and your current environment, despite the fact that if you're introducing an element of chaos so that you've never experienced this ever before, your experiences that you have had would then inform your decision about the thing that you've never experienced.
Inform is the word. Oh, is it
Rather than
inform or dictate? Right. Or required. Right. That's the thing. Yeah. Let's say you're in a room with a whole bunch of audience members. You tell a joke. Right. It falls flat. In that moment, you have many things you could do to turn it into a laughter. True. Right? You hear silence. You'd be like, oh, that was good. And everyone laughs. Or, so it makes sense.
Is this mic on?
Yeah,
that's
right.
the old one. Right.
What do you do? Do you have the freedom to choose one of several choices that you had designed from your past, that you prepared to deal with that eventuality? Or is the choice made for you on it?
But if he was less experienced, he might not dig out of that hole as effectively or efficiently. But if you've been in 100 cases where you had a joke bomb, you have data on how to pull out of it. So statistically, you have a chance of getting people.
And it happens instantaneously. You don't even realize that it's happening.
It's in the middle.
But yeah.
Right. Did you have free will, Kendall?
See, that's right.
So now that would be interesting because here you are in a place where your instinct, your training, and your desire,
10,000 hours, whatever it is,
will, as a reflex, cause you to say this, and this, and then people go, wow, that was great, look how he turned it around.
So, Charles, can I say in that comment that he preloaded his neurosynapses so that in that moment, they all tripped.
Right.
They tripped, meaning triggered, to go to the solution to that problem.
Right. Same is true.
But then I wouldn't have free will at that point.
That's
it
what
would
I'm
just
saying.
be a response. What I would have is a response to a situation, not necessarily be free. I wasn't really choosing that.
It chose it for you.
You have 5 to 10 choices, and then your system chooses one of the 5.
In that moment.
Right? And so in that moment, you are not exercising free will. Did you set it up with free will in the past so that you could react this way deterministically, but you actually were in control of the circumstance? Right, there's another physical example of that. A football player is trying to sack the quarterback. The quarterback jukes left. The person trying to sack the QB doesn't have enough time to think about whether to move left or right or up or down. It has to react based on years of training, practice, and experience. So in that moment, that action is not free. But in the setting up of that moment, if it was free enough, does that constitute free will? From a physics perspective, it might not. Then again, from a psychological point of view, or from a biological point of view, it might.
Yeah, what good are you if you're not landing on one side or the other?
Yeah.
I don't need you to, it could be this, it could be that, and I'm right both ways. Whichever the actual answer is, I was right.
Yeah. Well, he's saying, I don't really have the free will to make that determination. I'm going to be right or wrong.
Let's just ask an opinion. In my opinion, I would like to have...
Yeah. Well, he's saying, I don't really have the free will to make that determination. I'm going to be right or wrong.
Let's just ask an opinion. In my opinion, I would like to have free will exist in this universe. Even though philosophically it can be argued it does not exist.
Are you happy with a world where you perceive free will even if it isn't?
This has to do with the movie Arrival starring Amy Adams.
Yes.
Where if you know how your future is going to turn out, would you like to live your life anyway? Right? Mm-hmm. And the answer is yes, I would. But I still would like to think that the future is not yet predetermined.
No, but you know what? It's different. I'm not saying it's predetermined and you know it. I'm saying, would you still be happy with life if some alien said, look, dude, your life is predetermined, there's nothing you can do about it. Keep on believing you have free will, and then they go back to their planet.
You're a puppet on a string.
A puppet on a string.
That's
a free will puppet.
You're a free will puppet on a string.
What I would say in that case is, and I would hope that the knowledge that I have that puppet on the string circumstance allows me to circumvent it. I can find a way. It's fate, right? You've seen so many Greek mythology stories where you tried to avoid the fate of whatever the gods had
And the act of avoiding it makes it happen. Like Oedipus, for example.
Oedipus
Right.
would be the most
Famous of those.
Sorry. So the bottom line is, yes, I would still be satisfied with trying to do something different, because even the illusion of trying to do something different is in itself a form of physics-wise.
It's not.
That's the challenge.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So Neil, if you had to right now decide that free will does exist or doesn't exist, what would you prefer?
My thinking over the recent years, because I didn't used to think about this at all, my thinking over years is leaning towards the absence of free will for practically everything we think and do in our lives. And I base that on the fact that over time, things that we have done as people in our species, at one time was, you are totally to blame for that, or something you did, or something we've learned, no, this person is more susceptible than you are to addiction. Right. There's a biochemistry there. This person cannot just be made the life of the party because they're on the autism spectrum. They don't control that in the way you might think they should, just because you're the life of the party. As you add up all of these things, let's go back to epilepsy, where before that was even a word, you were the devil. Did you do something bad? Or, well, you knew it was not in, everyone knew you were not in control of it. But today, no one is saying, did you have the free will to not have an epileptic seizure? Of course not. Do you have the free will to not be depressed? The person who's ready to jump off the bridge, in that instant, do they have the free will to not jump off the bridge? I don't think so. And the more I add up and explore the human condition, I'm forced to conclude that the direction we are headed is that we are all products of an absence of free will, and as a result, society needs more compassion for people who do not otherwise fit in.
See, I have the exact opposite conclusion. I feel that it is because of the absence of free will that you see in most behavior, that it is that 1% of free will activity that moves us in the right direction, bends us toward compassion, takes the arc of discharge toward justice.
But then going back to what Neil just said, there are people who absolutely suffer from personality disorders, that suffer from brain disorders, where they can't do what you just said. They can't express compassion. They can't move.
There was a day when no one even thought to analyze it that way, right? As a brain disorder.
Yeah, you were just an a-hole.
Yeah, exactly. That was it.
Now, if they can't, you can. You can show that person compassion or understanding, and therefore free will as an entity exists.
So you're drawing the line even that I have seen be in constant motion over the decades and over the centuries. That line that you're saying, they don't have free will, but I do. I don't know that I can.
See, I have free will over some things and not over others. Someone can see me and say, that person needs help in this way and has the free will to help me. I see somebody else who needs this help. Together it is a network. It's not that any individual.
So you have to draw the line for every individual and even perhaps for society. Does the criminal who's born in poverty have free will to not be a criminal if most of the people in prison came in below the poverty line? So there's some sociological force operating there, so that where we are less susceptible to that force.
I think that's a great question, analogy. Let's say this. Say those folks who have been branded criminals by our society are incarcerated.
Yes.
We can then, we're fortunate enough not to face those same circumstances. We're not incarcerated. And look at these incarcerated people, and instead of saying we must keep them away from society, welcome them back.
So that's called restorative justice.
Yeah, and that's a free will example of the exercise of will
of society
toward individuals who may not have had the options, had the life experience to recover from a bomb joke.
I saw an old movie where there's a guy who was a junkie, right? And he needed help. But they said, no, the cops came and arrested him because he was a junkie. Today, you wouldn't do that. You would say the person needs help. They need, right. Even if that person had robbed somebody, that person needs treatment. And the people who cannot shake whatever it is that afflicts them tells me that free will cannot be as free as we think it is. Do you remember the shooter in University of Texas at Boston? Okay? There's a movie they made out of it called The Tower, where he left a note saying, I just want to kill people. Something must be wrong with my brain. Please, when I die, look into this. They looked, and there was a tumor putting pressure on a part of it. In fact, that's how we learn anything about how the brain works. And you have situations like this.
Person had the free will to write the note. He had the free will to write the note. So he did not have the will to resist shooting. But that's the line that you were talking about is a partial one.
Why isn't that line always in motion as we learn more and more about how the mind works? Okay, so then maybe it's a line of convenience today, but tomorrow we're going to find out, oh my gosh, that person has no real free control over their behavior, over their personality, over their tendencies, over their treatment of others.
It's not a line of convenience.
This is Fred. Fred runs his own landscaping business.
With my two brothers.
They take their business very seriously.
Sure do.
Fred traded up to serious commercial auto insurance from Geico, all for seriously low rates.
So when's it going to happen? Big Geico surprise.
It is, in your words, a perimeter of ignorance. When Newton said we couldn't explain certain things, right? God must have done it. Of course, that's a God of the gaps. Of course, that delineates what we don't know. The line you described, I hope, is in fact
the actions, but the consequences. So, what they're thinking about is the punitive response to someone who does something, and is a punitive response a deterrent for somebody doing something wrong or doing something wrong
especially if they don't have the free will. Right. So there's the other side of this entire analysis is how does society interact with people who are being brought into the circle day by day. We're learning what we have control over and what we don't, biophysiologically, intellectually, emotionally. Why do people need anxiety meds? Or do they have the freedom to not be anxious?
I'm taking them every day, and I've got 3 reasons that I take them every day.
Some kids need them because they have parents. I'm just saying.
Yes, very nice. Okay, so Charles, if we're going to exit this conversation, if we find a point of agreement, it's that this perimeter of ignorance, we recognize inside the perimeter there are forces operating against free will. Our physiology, our neurochemistry, and physics. That surely that perimeter may grow, but it's possible that there's a limit to how far it will grow, beyond which we have to admit the existence of free will.
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Very nice.
That's a great job. It doesn't have to be absolute in one direction or another. All of a sudden, I said to myself, is everything in society explainable in this way? And then I realized, oh my gosh, if it is, then our entire moral code has to shift. This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal assistant. And I got Chuck Nice with me. Chuck, how you doing, man?
Doing great, Neil. Thanks for asking.
Okay, Chuck Nice, a professional stand-up comedian, actor. Here's a subject we haven't yet tackled. Okay. It's the subject of free will.
Yes,
it came up in the edges of.
I was going to say we've tinkered around the edges.
It's the edge.
A couple conversations with Brian Greene, couple conversations with Heather Berlin, a couple neuroscience conversations that
We got
had.
another neuroscientist here, Robert Sapolsky. A neuroscientist, biologist. He's a professor of biology, neurology and neuroscience, and neurosurgery. Can you be any more neuro than...
I think that's all the neuros. I think that's all the neuros.
Or neurotic, that's normal. At Stanford University, best-selling author of 8 books. Right, what I have one in my hand right now came out just months ago. Determined, the science of life without free will, and that's going to be a major subject of our conversation today. Welcome to the show, Rob.
Thanks for having me on.
But before we continue here, let me just tell our audience, you captured so much of this life's profile in a memoir that you write. Just tell us briefly about your memoir. Then we're going to pick up the free will discussion.
Oh, sort of one of my not even marginally scientific books that I cranked out. It's called A Primate's Memoir, and basically just stories of the 30 years hanging out with both the baboons, but sort of places there in East Africa. I was there for one coup attempt.
Hey guys, so everybody is ditching their car insurance and they're doing this instead. And the reason why...
Coming up on Star Talk Special Edition, all about sleep. And we learn what it is, why we sleep, how it impacts our perception of time, and how it is that we actually go crazy when our head hits the pillow as we drift off in slow. Coming up on Star Talk. This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal assistant. I got Jeff Nice, my co-host. Jeff. All right, Gary O'Reilly.
Hi, Neil.
All right, and this is a Star Talk special edition, all about sleep. Sleep. Gary, what did you put together today?
Well, sleep. We all do it. Some better than others. And why have humans not evolved to do without it?
I've been asking that my whole life.
Here we go. Now we're going to get somewhere, right? What are circadian rhythms and what are chronotypes? What actually defines who does sleep? We're going to be about sleeping in space. There is so much to understand, so let's go grab ourselves an expert. Neil, if you'd like to introduce our guest, and just because you sleep at night doesn't make you an expert, right? We need realists. We need a real expert.
We got Dr. Matt Walker. Matt, welcome to Star Talk.
Oh, it's a delight, privilege, and I have to say I'm a little intimidated by the intellectual horsepower that's on display across all three of you, but I am. It is such a privilege.
You mean me, Matt?
California birthday.
I don't mind it. Oh no, don't by that or the accent. I think someone last week suggested that if I were any more stupid, you'd have to water me twice a week. So just be warned.
What's that reference? That's great. Yeah, that's very funny. So you're a professor of neuroscience and psychology at University of California, Berkeley. That presumably means you have an official appointment in 2 departments. Is that correct?
I do.
And you're the founder and director of the Center for Human Sleep Science at UC Berkeley. The center is spelled in R-E, is that correct in my notes here?
That is very correct.
How evil of you.
Clearly somebody's not getting enough sleep to spell correctly.
Oh, there are going to be so many instances of my co-cause that you'll be able to point out and say this guy must be on for 3 hours.
3 hours.
Idiocy. So that's the bad.
And also the bestseller, Why We Sleep, Unlocking the Powers of Sleep. And you're a TED talker, why wouldn't you be after all that? And you are the host of the boringly titled The Matt Walker Podcast. What's up with that?
I know. You know, the team around me, we had one of these retreats 3 or 4 days bashing around cycles. And I think the innovation there was stunning. The level of podcast. You can see that we're a creative bunch in this domain. So, deeply with us.
I want to know this. Why do we need to be alone? I see that as a shortcoming of the human brain. The aliens came, and they just watched this lay down and be semi-comatose for 1/3 of Earth's rotation. I wonder what's wrong with these people.
Isn't it stunning? And when you think about it from an evolutionary perspective, it makes no sense. Because first, we're not finding food, we're not finding a mate, we're not reproducing, we're not caring for our young, and we're vulnerable to predation. So many one of those lives, but especially all of them, will have been hugely strong collective beings in the first week. But the fact that in every species that is carefully, even evolutionary ancient old species, every species seems to or have something like sleep. What that means is that sleep evolved with life itself on this planet, and then has found its way growing through every step of the evolutionary path, which must mean that sleep is absolutely vital. And in fact, it's once been said, to your point, that it doesn't serve a critical set of necessary functions. It's the biggest mistake the evolutionary process has ever made.
That's another way to say it. I'm going with the ladder.
Sorry, man up to my own heart. No. Just let's get the honesty out on the table.
Put it out up there, right out there.
Yeah, please. But we now have a huge collection of science that suggests that why Mother Nature is not spectacular for barring creating this thing.
So do worms sleep? When you say animals, you're not just about just vertebrates or mammals, you mean all animals?
Yeah, so even earthworms, which are so they have states of
And so it begins, and here we go, diving headfirst into Trump 2.0. The transition to a new Trump administration kicking into gear. President Biden will speak about that this coming morning as we await his address from the White House. Morning, everybody. I'm Bill Hemmer. Here we go on a Thursday. How you doing?
Great, how are you?
You sleep last night?
I sure did.
Good time, right?
Yes, a little bit.
As I said this morning, I slept like a boulder. Nothing was moving.
I'm glad to hear. Well, I'm Hannah Perino, and this is America's News. And we'll get you woke up this morning. President Biden will address the nation following yesterday's concession speech by Biden.
New York Post, here's the cover. Life of the Party. How Trump won more young people, black, Hispanic men, and forged a new Republican coalition. It's a lot about what Josh was talking about a moment ago. So here's Biden from 4 years ago, and here's Harris from this year. This is Trump from 4 years and Trump from today. All right, we're going to start with Latino men. Okay.
And also, I think that the different ways to approach things in terms of podcasts is one thing, but it wasn't just how they got the message out, it was the message. Young people were screaming, saying, we can't afford anything. Our car insurance has tripled. Our housing has tripled. How are we supposed to get ahead? And their whole life has been on delay, especially due to COVID. So they were looking for something new, and they're going to get it.
They were. So more examination of all this coming up. So
yes.
Stick with us. A lot more to come.
We could do it for 24 hours, but we only have us for another hour and 45 minutes. So who's going to end up in the cabinet? Senator Tom Cotton, he has taken himself out of the running. Senator Marco Rubio appeared to do the same last night on Hannity. But there's still a ton of people to choose from. The Washington Post reporting that Doug Burgum, Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, and RFK Jr. are all possibilities.
So going to be very interesting as it takes shape, and so will this too. Your money and Wall Street soaring to a record high as Trump goes back to Washington. Look at the markets when they open moments from now. Also, the Fed makes a decision on interest rates this afternoon. Very important in the near term. We'll check in on that, and there's this from New York yesterday afternoon.
We faced this challenge before, and we used the rule of law to fight back. And we are prepared to fight back
New York Attorney General Letitia James adding fuel to the fire, vowing to keep up her fight against President-elect Trump. So is this really what the Democrats need right now?
Good question. Also back at the helm, Commander-in-Chief,
Video that we are getting from Ventura County, California. This is Camarillo, California. This is just northwest of Los Angeles. This wildfire is triggered because it's super dry out there. I was watching the Weather Channel yesterday. It's at under 5% humidity. Okay, and then they've got the Santa Ana winds, of course. So there are mandatory evacuation orders, road closures, and forecasters are warning of the potential for extreme and life-threatening blazes. We'll keep you posted on this as this video is just into Fox News.
Trump breaking out in numerous cities. Demonstrators also take to the streets in Seattle as well as New York and Philly, chanting slurs and carrying banners in rage over his win. We'll see how far that goes. So stand by for
New York Attorney General Letitia James delivered a warning to President-elect Trump's conference yesterday.
We did not expect this result, but we are prepared to respond to this result. And my office has been preparing for several months because we've been here before. We faced this challenge before. And we used the rule of law to fight back. And we are prepared to fight back once again. Because as the Attorney General of this great state, it is my job to protect and defend the rights of New Yorkers and the rule of law. And I will not shrink from that responsibility.
Let's bring in John Venturelli, constitutional law attorney. She said she didn't expect the results, but maybe she should also think about in Chicago.
Exactly.
Contribute to the cause.
No, with every one of these hearings or charges, the popularity of Trump went up. I mean, they added another state that was elected by total acclamation. I mean, people were looking at his work as exactly why they needed a direction. And she is the face of lawfare. She ran on the pledge to nail Trump for something, anything. She didn't even mention what it would be that she ran on that platform. And so it leaves many of us a bit cold to hear this self-congratulatory speech of hers that she's well prepared for what's coming. What she did may have helped Trump more than anything else or anyone else.
Roll this. Roll Connor, Democrat from California on moving past law.
I think where we need to go, candidly, is to focus less about every one of his legal issues and all of the things about Donald Trump, and focus more on the American people. Go to these communities that he lost, listen to them, try to understand why they're angry, why they're frustrated.
Smart. Justice Party can't go after sitting president. It's conflict of interest. I think what was also intriguing is the House looks like it's going to stay in Republican hands. If that is the case, then I don't know. Phone conversations, you name it. You know, maybe A, B, C, D, fill in the blank. An impeachment will not happen in a second term. Because even if the House flips midway through the second term, they could probably run out the clock in 2 years.
Well, that's part of the danger what we saw with James, is that with both the houses in control of Republicans, any lawfare is going to shift to these DAs. That's going to have to be the center of gravity for people who want to continue lawfare. And look, lawfare is a form of rage. There's a little book about it. And rage is addictive. And people are not going to break that addiction. They're just going to shift it to people who's always been willing to use it. Now, there's still some torpedoes in the water. You've got a sentencing hearing coming up in the New York case that's not subject to a president's pardon. It's a state case. You've got a very motivated judge there. You've got James' own case, which I think is looking bad on appeal. So she may face a serious loss on the New York appellate level. You have the Georgia case, which is really sort of falling apart. But there again, you have a very motivated district attorney, and she's going to try to keep that thing going down the road. So we have to watch all of those. But, you know, I said over a year ago that if Trump won this election, Jack Smith would likely never see a jury in either of these cases. And that appears to be the case. He is a lame duck prosecutor, and people are just waiting to see if he leaves on his own or whether he's shown the door. But either way, he's gone.
In the sentencing,
I used to think I was more than what you do. You were within my village and I don't understand. At the time,
bad is not that he's mean, it's just that he's wrong.
This is starting. The underground places here will today we're going to look very we got chunks for this, right? So definitely. But this is very special. It is. This.
Yes, it does. This is the Cuban capitalist. This is the West Side Story.
We have with me my friend and colleague, Alan Stern. Alan, welcome back to Alan, welcome back to Creative Theater. We're here at my office at American University. And you really was Can I say that? But let's go just for a minute. I just want to get your eyes. See the minute thing.
Another thing is, bring over here. Sometimes I feel like
because this is a constant credit. Some people they can't shake through it. You know it. So let's catch up. So you are still the vice president at the Southwest Research Institute in San Antonio, part of the space division. Big, busy research institute, a lot of different scientific,
a lot of science, a lot of engineering. The institute was formed back in the 1940s for the public good.
Oh my gosh!
And does a lot of federal research, state and local stuff, but also research consortiums for industry. Everything from oil and gas.
It being Texas.
Yeah, the electric vehicles, automated vehicles. There's thousands of engineers in this
Cool. So you've been there for since you left NASA.
That's right.
Okay. So you may remember I was at the launch of New Horizons mission back in 2006, and if I remember correctly, that mission to Pluto was the most powerful rocket with the lightest payload ever, just in combination, so that it could accelerate and get the hell out there before you die. That's the number one rule, right, in any science project.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, I was washing cars and babysitting. Whenever it was think of bigger and bigger than the rocket. You had no idea.
The kind you would launch in your backyard.
Yeah,
Estes, yeah, right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And the biggest one was the Saturn V with like 4 D engines or something.
Right, the D engines.
The D engines.
So finally, that's the one where you stomp on a balloon and it shot it off with water.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get me through.
That's the starter kit.
That's lame. No,
but then we got the New Horizons, 181-foot tall rocket, 70-foot payload. Most powerful variant. I got to hold every upgrade. It goes fast. So, big communication satellites, things like that. We more or less took an Apple V, amped it up with every upgrade you could think of, and then launched it basically empty. And of course, you got the highest possible burn speed. So, Apollo launched 3 days.
We're now talking about New Horizons. It's no longer about your kid model rockets, right?
We're in the big boy rocket.
Yeah, that was a blurry transition. I was like, man, you are a really advanced kid.
Think about this. Apollo, we launched 25,000 miles over 3 days to the moon. It's, Tom Hanks, right? We were on 9 hours.
Right, and didn't you get to the asteroid belt in 3 days or something?
Well, not that quick, but we got to the asteroid belt in record time. That's in any spacecraft. Just 3 months. Right? And Jupiter in a year.
Okay, but this also meant by the time you got to Pluto, you were booking.
Yeah.
Right, so
how do you slow down to even take a picture?
I mean, in the old days, we got used to flybys. Right. And later on, word that this is like the resurrection of the flybys. Where you got to get ready for 1 day, seconds, and 1 shot.
You can't have that, right? So it's just one blurry picture and with a sound effect that goes.
So anyway, it was a fond memory. And it took how long to get through it? 9.5 years. And so you just in the Bahamas over those 9 years? What happened?
So when you do that, when is the optimum time? When is the tool closest to us to intercept it? But when we actually optimize, to get there fast, is when it's in a certain orbital position. It's not close. It's not close. But what really matters is in the plane of the sun. And we got this. In fact, look at him saying that out there.
That was implicit and unstated. So at the point where Boston is you don't want to launch something from here and have to right over the source. That's where all you want to do. And then they want to you're already in the point. Right. And you got all this ass to your face. Okay, continue. Sorry for that. We took it was 9 years. 9 years.
Yeah, so 9 years we've been able to float. There's 500 people. Exactly. And that's not what we did. Wow. So the 50 of us were doing the work before. Yeah. And so we could.
So, with our friend, Star Talk, Dave Richmond, the Funky Spoon. The Funky Spoon. Yeah. He's, you banded together with him to write Chasing New Horizons. And it was a long stuff.
what data are you gathering to tell you about the origin of this little solar system? Just remind me, the Indian ones, the Trojans, did they have a different name for this? So why do you call them Trojans? I mean, because I'm thinking Trojan horse when I hear Trojan, but it's got to be some art I'm not but didn't they call the other ones a different name? It's just a meeting of a prayer. Right. L4 and L5. But I think only one of these packs are Trojans. I think they have individual names. Well, they hide something. That's what you know. What? They're Trojans, they're hiding something. We should not trust them, is what I'm saying. So, I'm glad we're finding. That's amazing. I gotta tell you. Starting in the late 20s, there'll be a whole series. Late 20s. There'll be a whole series of programs. Then they'll dive back in an orbit that goes to the sun, come back out and go to the other project. During a complete transformation, if there's an extended mission.
So just to be clear, once you've established an orbit around the sun going out to Jupiter, it's new.
Advertisement is part of the team that brings up the Earth geometry and orbital mechanics, and you get so many flybyes that you just don't know.
This is the genius of what they got to do. Like with the Cassini mission to Saturn, right? It's orbiting Saturn, but it's visiting a moon, right? Every time. And all these loop orbits. Check out this other one, the little adjustment. It's brilliant that you can exploit the gravitational field and other stuff. And it's almost diabolical.
When the wheels are 45, it can't wait because you evolve. There's a really good way to see if you can get up to $38,023 a month in disability payments. This double fluid will let you know if you qualify. To help with social security disability. This program is going to be direct deposited each month to help cover essentials like your rent. This is to get the help you deserve.
Have you ever wanted one of your questions on the universe answered? We all have questions. Black holes, quasars, quantum entanglement, wormholes. There is no end to the depths of cosmic curiosity. Wow! The entry level of Patreon membership with Starkey gets you just that. I think it starts at $5 a month. You have access to the question line that reaches our Cosmic Queries program. And not only that, we produce a special Cosmic Queries installment just for Patreon members.
So if you weren't the director of the Hayden Planetarium, what do you think you would be doing?
Right. It would have to be another universe. It wouldn't happen in this universe.
Okay.
I'd be a songwriter for Broadway musical. Ooh! So, that's the entry level. And the perks ascend from there. There's a level, in fact, where we send you an autographed copy of one of my latest books. Right now, it's Starry Messenger, Cosmic Perspective. It's signed with my friend Steve Fountain. So, I invite you to just check the link below, and all of that money goes to our ability to experiment with new ways of bringing the universe down to Earth. So thank you to those who've already joined, and we welcome others to participate in this grand adventure of what it is. As always, keep it going. We alerted our families that we were here. And most of them weird, for others will be fresh. Room for that, and we're going to talk. And these are yes, they are. So the people who will keep us afloat. Look at what I hear them. I put them in.
Let's go with Sean Ravenfire. That's a Ravenfire. It sounds like video game character. I am Sean Ravenfire. I am here to collect the crystals. That's the money. That's gotta be something. But your money is meaningless. Give me the crystals. So Sean says, hey, I'm still a little fuzzy on the difference between minor planet, dwarf planet, and planetoid. Can you please explore the differences? Some of them are called the nobilities. You hear very nobilities. What do they call what's the matter? Eos that made the moon. That's not the summer. You gotta add a little thing and add another word. Planetary embryo that collided with Earth to make it. It might be a planetary remedy. I'm glad you're talking about that. Basically, the ability to live in a outdoor Okay, is that the same as planetary embryo? Oh, good, good. So now, to the next law, I knew this thing called the minor
necessarily near track asteroid criminality. So I always thought of asteroids collectively as money as much. Is that kind of still a thing now that we added vocabulary to cryptocurrency?
It's also used for the small, complicated trade.
Why doesn't everyone expect to report on buying a $38 car insurance policy? The number one reason isn't about driving records, coverage limits, or even politics. It's simply because most people don't know they can get back up to $710 in auto insurance without losing their coverage. There's only 3 requirements to qualify for this program. You must be a U.S. citizen, 5 years old, and you must live in a qualifying zip code. So you can qualify and have to look below down before this offer ends. It's completely free to check and only takes 60 seconds. Tap the link now.
We cover all kinds of stuff. Okay, Carla. I thought you were going to pay less. Seriously, did you add
I have not been the same since we have lunch. You explained to me, and I've said it here, the fabric of space-time might be woven by wormholes that connect the virtual particle pairs that come in and out of existence.
So it's like a little quantum net holding the whole universe together.
Exactly right. Define mathematically, if we cut the threads of quantum entanglement, space falls apart. It discretizes into little tiny pieces and it just disappears.
I gotta go.
This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal passion. This is I got Chuck Nice with me. Chuck, baby.
What's up, Neil?
All right. You know what we're going to talk about today?
I do not.
The only way to talk about physics, okay, is to talk about physics with Brian Green.
That is true.
You got it. It's empty. It looks only does direct Brian Green in the conversation. Absolutely. And he's just up the street, up in Columbia. You're a dual professor of physics and professor of mathematics.
Wow. Do you get paid twice for that?
But I go to no faculty meetings. I'm in the other department.
That's pretty cool.
I'm math today.
So you're author of several books, Until the End of Time. That's your more recent.
That's my most recent.
And that came out how long ago?
2020, right after the pandemic.
Right
What a moment to have a book called Until the End of Time.
And the one I think most people know, if they know you at all, The Elegant Universe. There's nothing the fabric of the continent.
Yeah, that's the next segment.
The hidden reality.
Yeah, it's about multiple universes.
I believe the fabric of the universe is between the Saturn and the So welcome back to the show. You're more than a three-piece, I think, at this point. Yeah. And you're involved in a lot of things. You're writing a book. Other than being a professor, you're writing a book. And are we in the 16th year of your World Science Festival?
Yeah, and it was 2008, so if you just subtract, you're giving a little bit more, but the pandemic changed things. Yeah, we're coming up to probably the 15th level.
Congratulations on it, although it's a little audacious to hold it in New York before the World Science Festival.
But we don't only have it in New York, we also have it in Australia, and we've had events in Amsterdam, in Moscow,
Look at that,
in Italy, Spain.
And by the way, New York is the world.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. I mean, for anybody out there listening, I'm sorry. You go to Paris, you find Parisians, you go to England, you find the Brits, but you come to New York, you find everybody.
Audacious would have been like the cosmic side. So then you would have had a point.
So congratulations on bringing it to the world. Taking it to the world. And what I enjoyed most about it, with several that I've attended, is the effort to bring the arts together in a meaningful way. There are many artists who I would later learn are not rare, who are inspired by science, the universe, and discoveries. And they will compose dance, music, and you have a mixture of the essentials.
We do. I mean, the goal is to have science feel connected to everything that matters to us. And of course, culture is a big part of it. In fact, now with AI, we're doing a program on the art in the age of artificial intelligence. So how is AI changing how artists approach their work and how scientists think about it? But whenever new technology comes along, like the camera, people are like, okay, now you don't need artists anymore because anyone can just click. But there are artists who use the camera to create things that mere mortals can't.
And there are painters who actually take a picture and then they actually paint the picture as opposed to having someone sit for a portrait.
But that was the biggest issue, the biggest thing. The biggest force of creating was you no longer needed the artists to portray reality because, of course, the camera captured that. So that freed the artists to portray
beyond reality.
Exactly. It's not what the scene looks like, it's what the scene feels like.
Interpretation.
That matters.
It's huge. I mean, that's what is the magic in so much expression. Right. It's what we do with it as opposed to just literally depicting what's out there. So there are many people who project that AI is going to create, a new kind of art.
Yeah.
Just the way the camera is.
Just the way the camera is. So it has to shake out.
Yeah.
I think AI will just accelerate creativity. It doesn't replace it because what happens is you have associations that are being made at a level that you as a human being would maybe eventually over a course of years you might make those associations. But the computer can do it almost instantaneously. Right. And then you take that and you say, what does that mean to me?
Okay, so it pushes you along.
Pushes you along.
But the flip side of that is if you have a computer creating so much, there's a lot of chaff, that you have to separate out.
Just chatting with people. You're born and raised in New York City.
Yeah, right across the street from where we are sitting right now.
You went to Stuyvesant High School, which is a selective high school that specializes in science in the way the Bronx High School of Science. That's what expect a rival, intellectual rival.
Why do you think that we wrestle with each other? I always lose.
You would not like a book if it didn't have equations.
True.
This is weird.
Yeah, that has changed, I should say. But that's
you read a novel.
every now and then.
You thought more deeply about math than you thought about words.
Yeah, but the one change I would make to that statement was, it was when it came to books for a science class. If the book was chock full of words, I feel like, oh no, there's a lot of interpretation that's going to go into this particular science class. But if it was chock full of equations, I was like, no, this is rigorous, this is going to be specific, and it's going to be something that I can nail because I don't have to interpret, I can just really engage with the equation.
Wow. So in a history class or a literature class, you would have been in tears.
Well, again, it was mostly just for science. But you're absolutely right. There is a different mindset that you bring to a history class or English class, which I did not have a full appreciation for when I was younger. That's true. And as I got older, and especially at the moment when I graduated college, and I said to myself, I think I just got a technical education as opposed to learning about the world and life and humanity. And I went into kind of a tailspin for a little while because I was like, what did I do? And that really then changed it all for me. And words have become vital for the way I engage with the world.
You think? I mean, it's your best-selling book. Yeah, words matter. If you want to talk to other people who are not physicists.
And if you want to really get the essence of what someone's about as opposed to quantifying some quality of abstract or objective reality.
Okay. All right. I think that's an enlightened posture.
Yeah, got it. It took me a while.
So, I wanted to follow up. There was a question to our cosmic queries that I didn't have an answer to.
Oh no, here we go.
Okay. And I said, I don't know. We're going to have to be Brian Green. We're going to get the big guns in here. All right. If I remember the question, it was, what happens if a quark falls into a black hole? You have a quark pair.
Yeah.
And we've only ever found them in quark pairs.
Yeah.
Okay. And in a normal lab, if you take them and pull them apart, the force that wants to bring them together grows. Which sounds weird when you're used to gravity and other things where distance makes something weaker.
But they're like really creepy identical twins. Like you ever meet identical twins that are like super creepy,
where they sort of
talk together, they have their own language. Yeah. Make
Okay. So, but it's kind of like a rubber band.
Yeah.
Because you stretch a rubber band, the force is great.
Yeah, the gluonic force.
The gluonic force. That helps you go the right direction. Okay, so now, at that blue part, there will be a point where it snaps. As I understand my nuclear physics, it snaps with the exact amount of energy you put in, so that out of that energy creates two other quarks.
Yeah.
So now I have 4 quarks.
Quark, anti-quark pairs.
Yeah, this is best. Okay, pairs. Okay. So now,
You want to see what happens?
now you send a pair of quarks down the black hole. It gets split. We make 2 other quarks. And you keep doing this, and so wouldn't the quarks eat the entire gravitational field of the black hole?
Yeah.
And then you wouldn't have a black hole left, you just have a ball of quarks.
You have to realize, number one, that we still don't know the physics of the singularity of black hole.
Why else would I invite you into the
So one day I pray that I'll sit here and tell you what happens at the singularity. But here's the thing, there is nobody on planet Earth who knows the answer, unfortunately, yet. When we follow the mathematics, the actual singularity of black hole,
using Einstein general relativity.
Using Einstein general relativity, and even some of the modifications that have come from more recent thinking, we're still not there yet to truly understand what happens. But I should say there are ideas of things that I'm referring to called fuzz balls, where there isn't actually a singularity, the black hole is actually a more fuzzy collection of matter. There are ideas that makes your math come out. Makes your math come out okay, but we don't know
what the black hole the singularity is the center of the black hole is what God is providing us.
Yeah, that's a Stephen Hawking clip or something. I think it is,
Remember, if you divide by 0, it's not going to work out. Right.
And it's actually, in a sense, it's literal, because if you calculate what's known as the scalar curvature, which is a number that characterizes how warped a region of space is, it does go to infinity as you go to the center of a black hole, just like when you divide by 0, it goes to infinity. In fact, it goes to infinity as the 6th power of your distance. So we know very well how badly behaved the center of a black hole is.
So it goes to infinity fast.
Goes to infinity fast. That's crazy. Yeah. And so, if you ask what really happens if something is just being crushed at the center, we can't really answer yet. So is it possible that as a quark-antiquark pair goes, that the tidal forces will create additional quark-antiquark pair? Sure.
And then you have
but there's a limited force. So there may be a cloud, and there may be some sort of cloud that forms just before it hits. Ultimately, we believe it hits the singularity, whatever that means, because we don't really know what the singularity is. Or the puzzle may have a slightly different impact on the quark-antiquark pair. Maybe before it influences that. Yeah, that's right, exactly. So it's a really good question, but it will have to fully await a full understanding of what truly happens.
So the thing to answer it wasn't just my personal ignorance, it's a total ignorance of all humans on Earth.
Yeah, and I should say there are many questions like that we're still struggling with. Like, we believe that when any information falls into a black hole, we believe that information does not get destroyed. But for a while, Stephen Hawking thought, no, any information ultimately hits the singularity and leaves our universe. He changed his mind later in life, which just goes to show. Yes, that's right. So they bet, I think, in encyclopedias, the source of information that we humans have created. So there,
Corn was one of the executive producers on Interstellar, and he sort of spearheaded the effort, among others, but he was the exponent to build the laser and trigonometry gravitational wave of LIGO, with the second flying weapon, and limited advisory. And so he's significant in our field, and I have at least the 2 books from him on the show.
And he was clearly on a level deeper where he best encyclopedias.
He wrote an encyclopedic book on gravity and black holes, which is about 1,200 pages, just filled with equations. That's why I loved it.
But it's a division for a real. Yeah, got 2 copies of that kid.
2 copies? Yeah. You want to cross-reference?
Yeah. One of them mine, and the other one belongs to that we met in relatively great and talked about
Really? Yes.
Yes, I did. Shelby was one of the authors of this Midway Forum field, and Mr. Physics at University of Maryland. Okay, so I would think that it's a catastrophe. But what kind of accelerator? Well, a couple of points. They're like triples. By the way, there's a previous physics geeking out here, right? There's a previous time where and years ago, some people need to ultra pilot. Remember that?
I remember it. Well, I wasn't there. This is the start of the
Yeah, it predated 1900, right? It predated Planck, Max Planck.
Okay.
Because there was an equation that would show how much energy would come from boson objects. Okay. And how much energy of a certain wavelength of light and another wavelength. And so there'd be a spectrum of what it gives you. Okay. And if you follow that equation to higher and higher energies, it blows up. And it's called the ultraviolet potential. So we knew that's not happening in the actual universe, but we had no theoretical understanding of why the actual universe was not doing what our equation said. So we knew something was missing. Okay. And Max Planck comes along, finish the story.
Yes, Max Planck comes along and he suggests an idea that he never fully believed. This is interesting. He suggests that maybe the energy only comes in packets of certain quantized sizes. And therefore your calculation of the amount of energy was biased by assuming that energy could come in arbitrarily large or small amounts. If you assume it only comes in packets of a minimum size, then the total energy inside that cavity is finite. And it agrees with the experiment.
Right.
But the weird thing is,
and you got an equation. The equation is like, oh, shit, that this would come out of someone's head, right, to make this happen.
Yeah.
It's got an exponential, and an exponential has interesting properties where it goes up and then it comes down again if it's a negative exponent. So there's a fun math in there. And was it just a fitting function, or did he actually have deep physics insight?
He had a model in mind. He really quantized the energy, he broke it up into little bits, and redid the calculation, and that's what came out. But then later on, he never fully believed that energy in light, in photons, as we now call it, did come in little packets.
Right.
He said, sure, the math seems to describe it, but I'm not willing to go that next step of ascribing a full reality to it. And so it's really Einstein who came along and came up with the idea of photons, more particularly with the photoelectric effect. And that's how he wins the Nobel Prize. Many people think he won the prize for special relativity or general relativity. No.
My boy, he could have had 8 Nobel Prizes. His Nobel Prizes were for what he's least famous for.
I know you can see all the news about the crazy stuff the celebrities are doing at those parties with the day board. But he was telling us they confiscated about 1,000 bottles. And his lawyer said that there's a Costco down the block, which is where they're getting all this. Everybody's going to be coming out now about some messed up situation they seen at one of these parties in LA. But what they won't tell you is that there is something even bigger going on, and they just using all this mess to distract.
Boy, she could have had 8 Nobel Prizes. His Nobel Prizes were for what he's least famous for.
Yeah.
That's just impactful. That's straight up. Exactly. People winning Nobel Prizes were discovering things that he predicted. Right. So if you add everything he predicted to the Nobel Prize count, plus with everything, if they give out Nobel Prizes for everything you did, I give him 8 Nobel Prizes. What would you give?
Well, certainly gravitational waves, although again, he didn't fully believe it, but it comes right out of his 1916 and 1918
I'm saying if you give him a Nobel Prize for everything people discovered based on his stuff,
well then, it's kind of everything.
It's like that Bugs Bunny first base, Bugs Bunny second base, Bugs Bunny third base. Every Nobel Prize is
that's the answer right there. Yeah. And so, of course, since the energy is quantum, it's we adore the branch of physics called quantum physics.
And that probably has a great impact on life as we know.
And that was the year 1900.
Yeah, well, 1905 is when Einstein writes his paper on the idea of photons with Max Planck. You're right, but 1900.
Started a new century.
Yeah.
Before they even had
Oh, was that really? Was that right?
in response to Terence Howard's appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast where he discussed his interpretation of maths. The key points to take away from that: 1, we should critically analyze all the information. 2, the ontology of moving power. That this new study on dark matter being debunked, for example, it suggests the universe's expansion is not driven by unbroken forces of nature. Now, when it comes to these theories that challenge the accepted understanding of space, it's important to see how different scientific sources are interpreting these new findings in a new story on the news. Exposing we really can't recommend ground.
And you read their book, and well, we have other priorities, but these are going to be built in Texas. And if we're going to build the space station, which is based in Houston, Texas is already getting a chunk of change. You know what all this happened? Like in 1989 and 1992. The debates, and then they zeroed the budget. What else was happening over those years? Let me think. Oh my gosh. Peace broke out in Europe. No longer do we need the physicists to protect us from the evil and godless communists. That's what I think was the subtext of that story. And the harmony, because no other particle accelerator was ever canceled for any reason that was designed, conceived, and built in the 20th century. Yeah. If you grant me one conspiracy theory, that's one. Grant me that.
But then you think they kept the space station because that was the place where the new battles might be waged?
Possibly.
That's what we're looking at right now when you think about it.
Yeah, with the Space Force and everything else. So that's where I am right now. But I say this only to note that once that got canceled, the center of mass of particle physics went across the pole to Europe. And then CERN, the European Nuclear somewhere. It's a French acronym, right? When the words are the French order or something. It goes there. And I think our lawmakers don't really understand that if we don't do the physics, someone else can and will. We don't own all access to the future discoveries of science. And so now Europe does it. And so they went ahead, built a large hadron collider, and they successfully found the Higgs boson, the big holy grail.
July 4th, 2012.
Look at that. This is July 4th. That was sticking up to us. Look at that.
Yeah, it really was.
And you know they really found it on like June 28th. You know they found it on June 28th, and they were like, guys, we're going to sit on this for a few days.
But there are a lot of Americans involved in the that's true. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, even Peter Higgs, is he American?
Peter Higgs is Scottish, I would think. Yeah, I think it's from Edinburgh. Although I think it was Edinburgh, but I don't think it was Scottish. Maybe his name was. You know, I don't even know. But yeah, you know, he predicted its existence, and then it was discovered, and at the announcement, saw tears welling in this man's eyes. We've been waiting decades. Nobody believed. Ultimately was accepted theoretically, but it was proven experimentally.
And what is the Higgs boson? Exactly.
Of the particle categories, one of them is bosons.
Right.
Okay. And bosons are force mitigating particles.
Okay.
Okay. So, and when we think of a force action at a distance, there's a way to think about that in terms of the particle that in the category of particles in the boson. One of the bosons is this Higgs boson, which has what property?
Well, it's very good. Yes,
we said it very good.
Can I answer your question? It's what endows other particles, even itself actually, is mass. Interesting. Now, where does that come from? Just to take the idea. It starts with the idea of a field. That's when we get rid of this idea of action at a distance. You imagine space is filled with stuff. Really doesn't feel. I would.
Oh, really? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. What a leap that is.
Yeah, it is. It's an insane leap.
You're looking at nothing. You're seeing nothing.
You're positing that there is something there, and that's an amazing thing. But he was talking electric and magnetic field.
Right.
But Higgs was talking about is a new field called the Higgs field, which he didn't call it that, but that's what we call it.
So it's this field that fills space, and as particles that otherwise would be massless, as they try to go through space, they have to burrow through the Higgs field, and that creates a kind of drag force on them, which is what imparts the mass that they have.
Okay.
And that's the field. Now, what's the particle? Well, if you have this field, in principle, if you hit it hard enough, like hitting the surface of water, you can cause little particles of the field to spread out. And that's what the Large Hadron Collider did. It slammed proton against proton, and that way jostled the Higgs field and caused a little droplet of it to break free, and that's the.
And then we got the, oh my God, so you've seen the actual piece of the field.
Yes.
Oh my God.
So the Higgs field generated by E equals MC squared.
Yeah, right.
Its own particles of its own.
That's amazing. That's right. It's DNA. Or you can say it's a quanta, to go back to the other language, it's a quanta of the Higgs field, like the photon is the quanta of the electromagnetic field.
All right, that's amazing stuff. So, okay, now I get it. So it's not the particle that you're actually seeing. It's not the particle that is imbued with mass itself. It is the thing on which the particle is traveling, the field, the medium itself. Boom, it kind of splashes apart for a quick second, and then that itself becomes a particle and has mass. Holy! That's amazing!
Chuck the blue gas.
Oh my God, that's crazy! No, that is insane!
Inertia, it knows no resistance. It's that. Whereas Beyonce walks in, everybody in the crowd around her, she can only make very small steps towards the bar.
Right.
She has a very high party mass. Is that fair?
That's it. That's the party field. The party field. And if you slap all those party mowers, you can slap off one of them. That's the party.
Somebody from the beehive. Somebody from the beehive. What's out there?
All right, so I learned, not from you, I'm disappointed because I thought you would have told me the whole story.
Yeah.
I come to you for these frontier conversations that the Higgs mass that a particle would have is only for free particles. If a particle is in an atom, it's not getting its mass from the Higgs field.
I told you this in the past, though. I absolutely have. Wait. You're absolutely.
Say that quickly. So the nucleons have three quarks, right? And they're all bound together, making up the proton and the neutron. But they're different combinations of three quarks. This is good. The quarks have charges, fractional charges. That's thrust. Okay. So the proton has a charge of +1. All right. How do you get that from three quarks?
How do you do that?
So give me.
You have a 2/3 and a 2/3 and a -1/3.
2/3, 2/3, -1/3. So 2/3 is 1 1/3, and then a minus charge to bring it down. Now, neutrons have charged quarks inside of them. They don't have any charge. So how do you get them?
Let's hear it.
Oh, it must be up 2/3 down, 1/3 down.
Yeah, so if you have an up and then a down and down, and you got 2/3 minus 1/3 minus 1/3. Now,
canceling out the source of even what's inside of it has charge.
Right, but here's the thing. The point I want to make, though, is if you add up the masses of those quarks, there's much less than the mass of the proton. So what's going on here? They make up the proton, and yet the proton is much heavier than its ingredients. Answer is, there's another contribution to the mass which has nothing to do with the Higgs field, which is the thing we were talking about before, the energy in the glue holding the quarks. There's energy and holding them together equals MC squared. There's mass associated with that energy, and most of the mass of the proton is coming from the glue that's holding the quarks together. That's insane.
So let's take a neutron, which has a half-life in minutes, like 15 minutes of memory servers. And after that amount of time, half the neutrons will have decayed into a proton, and let's say it's a regular proton, and then an electron, and you add up the masses of those, don't you recover the mass of the proton?
As long as you're taking kinetic energy into account and all this too.
They
fly away. But yes.
So the energy budget is all there.
It's all there.
Okay.
actually makes fucking noises.
foreseeable installment of God in the things like that. It is not uncommon to jail political dissidents or legislators.
Last time I checked, there was a Democrat who turned the legislative after their political party sailed on top himself. That was wrong then, and it's wrong now. So much so that in my view, on populism will be, trying to make one of his first moves, Hunter Biden. America's deeply and bitterly divided. Trump proposed to seal a version of the territory. That kind of gesture is possible.
the very neighbors. Look over here. What? Alright guys, I got pizza, I got coffee, cola. All these guys are from foreign countries. Let's try so it's gonna get lit all over the night. We're going to Lima. Why you the fuck connected? Shit. This is cheap, it's 250. I'm gonna get this one now instead of pizza. Healthy too. And you got people off the top of the top. Perfect. One more piece. Massive piece. It's not connected. Go ahead, man. Pissing me off. It's not connected.
it up to here. Do it up to here. I'm trying to fucking say. I can't hear you. Do it up to here.